Hello fledglings, welcome to the stream. I hope everyone's having a good day. What's up? I have already added Brisk's ticket and their Super Plush Lord, so let me add a ticket for you. You guys are both tied as the leaders with 22 tickets. Yeah, how are you guys doing? I hope everyone's having a good day. Hello Dreamy, yeah, it's been a while. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're doing well. Let me add a ticket for you. Let's see, Dreamy, you are at 9 tickets. Yeah, how are you guys doing? I hope everyone's having a good day. We are going to be starting our Orre research, our Orre field research, for the ecological survey of the Orre region. Isn't this wonderful? AKA, I found another shiny hunt to rope you guys into. But yes, today is probably going to be the last day for you guys to claim any prize tickets and shadow Pokemon. I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but you can see the shinies at the bottom. Yes, I put the shinies on screen so you guys know what we're looking for. I'll explain that in a second, but first I just want to give you guys a refresher. Here's what is available for you guys. I never got around to fixing this. Let me just... didn't mean to do that. I'll just move Manectric up here. It won't be perfectly even, but that's okay. So yeah, these are the Pokemon that are still available for you guys to claim if you want and you haven't hit your 6. Of course, you don't need to hit the limit by any means. Oh, hold on, there we go. But yeah, so I will probably count this as the last day of this. I'm not 100% sure on that, but after the plan is that next week we will do the poll on the wheel to spin for who wins the Dragonite and the Johto starters. And I might also have some smaller prizes for 4th and onward, so that everyone can maybe be a winner. You'll be able to maybe pick an extra bonus Pokemon from this list, or a Pokespot Pokemon if you would prefer. Something like that. I just think it'd be fun for everyone to be able to get something out of their prize tickets. So there is that. And yeah, we are going to be starting our field research. Let me go ahead and get our counter up. There we go. So we are going to be going through the Rock Pokespot, and the resets on this aren't too bad. They're not as good as Dracovish. Unfortunately, they are kind of finicky. So what I've done is I've saved so that I'm technically 1 step away from triggering the mirror radar, or the Pokespot radar. But it's very odd. It's very finicky. It doesn't work half the time. I don't know why. But we're going to try and do this shiny hunt and try and get the... we're going to try and find a shiny and see how many of each species it takes to get it. So if I do this... There you go. Yeah, sometimes you have to go... For some reason, it's due to the way the RNG is set, I have to walk, like... I have to take 1 step up to the left, the upper left. And I don't know why, but if I go anywhere but the upper left, it doesn't count. But if I go to the upper left, it will trigger as soon as we start the file. And then we can go and check the Pokemon over here. So this is our first check. And it is a Trapinch, which is the rare Pokemon. The spawns are... Oh, thank you for the redeem, Dreamy. I will add that. Real quick, I just want to say, in order... The odds of getting each Pokemon here at the Pokespot are 50% for Sandshrew, 35% for Gligar, and 15% for Trapinch. So Trapinch is actually the rare one, and we got it. That's funny. And then Munchlax is a 10%, but Munchlax can't be shiny, and it just basically ruins our check. So Munchlax is a problem. We don't want to see Munchlax. So there is Trapinch as our first Pokemon of the day. And I will also add... Oh, Morph, welcome as well. So let me see, you both have claimed a Pokemon. So Morph has claimed Starmie, named Leggies, and Dreamy has claimed Michael the Manectric. I can definitely add those real quick. And that will also give each of you a bonus ticket for claiming a discount Pokemon. So let me get that on the list for you guys. So that puts Dreamy at 10 tickets and Morph at 15. Let me just make sure that I've got these. So Leggies for Morph. Let me get that guy. So this is Leggies. Oh. Pace without forming, Leggies. Is that just for the same trainers as usual? No changes to the trainers, right? And Manectric, where's Manectric on the list? There it is. Manectric was named Michael with no cap, right? No capital. There you go. Oh. I keep doing that. I need to go paste without formatting. There you go. There we go. What is the music? This is just a playlist. The playlist is called Mountain Themes to Overcome Life's Challenges 2. This current one is Mountain Home from Dwarf Fortress, which I've never heard of. No changes to trainers. Okay, cool. I got those for you guys taken care of. Oh, and Brisk has also claimed or redeemed a dress-up option, so I'll get that real quick. Was that Sylveon? You wanted Sylveon. Okay, cool. Oh, and I accidentally opened Live Split, which I did not want to do. Please do not do that. I don't want Live Split, please. Thank you. Kind of a mess right now. I'm sorry. Start a stream is a little scuffed. Speaking of scuff, OBS updated today, so hopefully we won't have as many stream crashes. Thank you for the Sylveon dress up, Brisk. Oh, and a Togetic from Super Plush Lord. All the redeems going crazy right now. Thank you guys. All right, there we go. So yes, we have one Trapinch found, and we're gonna reset. You can actually see if the Pokemon is shiny in the overworld, so that's really cool. This was ahead of its time, I guess. But there we go. And also I'm going to turn on the Lotto Frenzy, so in an hour you guys will be able to have a chance to claim a bonus ticket. So yeah, anyway, we had a lot of stuff going on here at the start, a lot of info to cover. How is everyone doing? I have finished the fossil video, the fossil hunt video with oh yeah, see, there's another one. It didn't work for triggering the thing, so I have to just reset. This one's very finicky. I might try and get a more stable setup off stream, but for now it's just really scuffed. Yeah, I finished the fossil video. That is ready to go live tomorrow. So tomorrow, instead of a stream, we will have the fossil video. And then either tomorrow or the day after, I will announce our winter stream plans. Nothing too crazy this year, because I'm busy with a lot of other projects that I have to get done for things. There we go. But we will have some winter activities coming up, so I hope you guys look forward to that. You're playing the DLC in hopes of researching Meowstic, or reaching Meowstic as fast as possible. Fair enough. Best of luck. Rally luck, rally luck. That is Gligar, so our second encounter of the day is Gligar. Let's add that to the counter. Nice. What was I gonna be yapping about? Yeah, we'll pick up the DLC again next week as well. That's not part of our winter celebration, but we will still work on the DLC. Played through Kingdom Hearts Recoded. I didn't play Recoded because it wasn't included in the Kingdom Hearts collection. All they included was like a summary of what happened. It was really lame. But I hear people didn't love Recoded anyway, so... Yeah, this is so weird. How inconsistent the spot monitor is on this setup. I will probably want to try and make this more consistent on off stream. It's not very fun. I could show you guys what it looks like. It's horribly unfun. It took me like 3 hours to get this really scuffed setup last time. There we go. So what it was I would take a few steps, open the menu, save, and then I would take another step, save, take another step, save, until I eventually got it to where the spot monitor was about to go off, and it was horrible. So that's why I did it off stream. You guys don't want to watch it. Trust me. As annoying as the shiny hunt is going to be, that was like way worse. Let's see. Grabbed a sad scene and added sad music. Don't know why he chose Bambi. Oh no, I'm sorry. Brisk is EP and Dreamy's doing well. That's good. I'm glad Dreamy's at least doing well. I'm EP today as well. Is the health and safety screen supposed to be dark? Yeah, in this game I think it is. Yeah, see, once again, it didn't work. The spot monitor didn't go off. I definitely need to improve this off stream. I just don't want to subject you guys to it. You are always EP. Yeah, Morph is the EPiest soldier. But yeah, we are basically, for those of you who weren't here last time when I explained what the concept of this is, we are basically checking to see how, once again, it didn't work. We are investigating to see if Orre's ecosystem is recovering to the point where it can sustain large populations of Pokemon. And to do that, we're gathering data by shiny hunting. So the idea is a shiny for a shiny Pokemon to appear in a population of Pokemon, there would generally be a large population of Pokemon because it's 1 in 8,000 on odds. So the concept is we're checking to see if Orre can even generate a Pokemon. Thank you. We're checking to see if the population is stable enough in the current environment to be able to support a population capable of having a shiny Pokemon in it. So that's what we're checking, and it's not going well. Why is it not working? You guys saw it worked 3 times, but it has not worked any other times. I saw someone else set this up at Phoenix City, which is probably a better idea. I should set it up at Phoenix City. It's not working. Should we try and... I didn't want to do this on stream. I intentionally did it off stream, but it's still not working. Should we try it at Phoenix City? I would have to reset the thing, which could take like 30 minutes or something to get it set up again. I just don't like that we've done like 5 resets and gotten 0 added to the counter, which is really bad. There we go. See, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be I take 1 step, instantly get the check, and then I move to the location and check what we've got. This is supposed to be a relatively fast hunt. That is our first Sandshrew, by the way. And the gameplay is good, basically Birth by Sleep command deck. I like Birth by Sleep. Birth by Sleep has my favorite gameplay of all the Kingdom Hearts games that I've played. Come on. Oh, and this is what sucks about this. You can't use an auto... Like, you can't use a turbo controller to just get to this part because it starts the cursor on no, which means if you use a turbo controller, it'll just mash no over and over. It's so stupid. Why would you ever start the cursor on no? Like, why would I ever be like, oh yeah, I want to not play the game? That's why I clicked the button to not play the game. Stupid design choice. However, that is our second Sandshrew, so yippee. Whoever designs the title screen menus needs to be fired. I agree. It's questionable. And I hate games that put like 20 different title cards before the game starts. Why do you need that? It literally has the title cards right here on the main screen anywhere. It says Pokemon Nintendo Creatures Inc. Game Freak developed by Genius Sonority. I don't need title cards for all the people. It's so stupid. Antiquated things. It's why, like... Once again, didn't work. It's why people are like... people complain a lot about lack of themes on the Switch. I have never felt like, oh wow, we need themes on the Switch, because I play the Switch to play a game, not to sit on the title screen. I don't, like, how often are people sitting on the title screen that this is a make or break issue on the console? I've seen people be like, I'm not buying the Switch because it doesn't have themes on it. I'm like, well, it sounds like if the themes are that big of a deal, you weren't gonna play the Switch anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. And once again, it is just not working. Hey, each title card needs to be skipped separately. Yeah. Just annoying. Annoying stuff. Cause like I had on 3DS, I had like themes and stuff loaded on there. And like I remember back when the 3DS was like the big, like the console people were actually using it. It's still not working. Back then, this is gonna reset, thank you. Back then, it was like kind of slow and clunky, and I was like, oh, that's annoying. But I just like, oh yeah, that's a problem with the console. And then I went back after playing it and playing on my other 3DS that doesn't have all that junk loaded on it, and I'm like, whoa, it loads way faster. It's just because we had themes that the menu was so slow and laggy. And like, I'd rather just boot up into my game quickly. There we go, jeez. Yeah, I was at the rock poke, or I was at the desert, the SS Libra, specifically because it's closer. I pressed the wrong thing. There we go, Sandshrew. I was at the SS Libra for this because it's closer to the rock Pokespot, but I might use Phoenix City just because Phoenix City is going to be more consistent. Because, like, not having this work half the time is just, like, so much of an annoyance. Like, see, once again, that didn't load. And when it doesn't load, when it just doesn't load, that is a, like, 40-second time loss. Oh. Thank you so much for the resub, Dreamy. And congrats on 1 year. Wow. 1 whole year. Thank you so much for the support. Aw. I appreciate it. Enjoy your emotes again. I like how for some reason on the chat widget, though, it doesn't display the emote that you put in. Very odd. Aw, thank you, Dreamy. I love you guys too. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it when you guys are here and chatting with me and helping me with these silly things. Yeah, one of the cool things about this shiny hunt though is you actually do get to see the shiny in the overworld. Just like the modern games. This was like very ahead of its time in that regard. But there's 2 Trapinches. Pretty lucky. Oh, I didn't even say what we want to see from this. The 3 Pokemon that we can get shiny here are Sandshrew, Gligar, and Trapinch. Of those, we definitely want to see Trapinch or Gligar. I actually kind of want Gligar more than Trapinch, but Trapinch would be really cool. And added together, they are a 50% chance to get one of those 2. Sandshrew is definitely the dud Pokemon here, and I'd be kind of disappointed if we got it. Especially because I did get, there we go. During my most recent Leaf Green playthrough, I just found this, this shiny Sandshrew. So getting a shiny Sandslash. So getting a Sandshrew here is much less exciting, but it's still better than the other Pokespots. The other Pokespots had nothing that I really wanted, so that's why we're doing the Rock Pokespot, is because Trapinch and Gligar would both be really cool to get. That was another Sandshrew, right? If I say that was a Sandshrew and it was not, feel free to correct me. If you guys, but don't mess with the data. Don't just say the wrong Pokemon to be funny and mess up with the data. But like if I accidentally say the wrong Pokemon, feel free to be like, Brandy, actually it was a Trapinch, and correct me. Yep, once again, didn't work. Yeah, I'm excited. I hope you guys like what I have planned for our winter celebration. I thought about doing the Animal Crossing thing again, but I wasn't sure on that, so I was like, we'll do something else this year. Maybe next year I'll bring back the Animal Crossing house designing again. Hoping you don't mess up, even if you're not entirely certain. Yeah, no worries. This one is definitely a Sandshrew. It shouldn't be too bad in this case, though, because all the Pokemon do look very distinct. It shouldn't be as difficult to keep track of each one. Animal Crossing houses were so fun. Yeah, I really liked them. I had so much fun with it. The main reason I wasn't sure about doing it again is some of you guys already did it, so I don't know if you guys would want to do it a second time. And also, it is kind of a slow process. You know, it took me a while to do each person's house, so I could only do so many people during that little thing. And I've also got something kind of similar planned for New Year, or not New Year's, but my stream anniversary this year. It's not going to be exactly the same, but similar concept, where it's going to be a thing where I can only do like so many people at a time because it is kind of slow. It's not working again. So doing that as well for Crimbus just felt a little iffy this year, but we'll see. Also, this music is weird. This is from Minecraft Dungeons. Sounds like I was gonna explore the mysteries of science. Dude, why is it not working? This setup is so inconsistent. Yeah, are you guys opposed to the idea of me just redoing it on stream on Fennec? It's not the most exciting thing, but at least we would be making progress unlike we are now. Yeah, see, like, we're just not doing anything. It is unfortunate because this Pokespot is closest to the rock Pokespot, but I'd rather it be a little bit slower and still actually function than whatever this is where it just doesn't function at all. It's like if I do it, actually Fennec isn't even that far. It's over 1 up 1 compared to over 1, so I think we should redo it at Fennec. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run back and forth here. Left, right, left, right. In fact, I think you can do it here. No. The video I watched was doing it here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run here, save. Look how much playtime we have on this file. Kind of absurd. Alright, now I'm gonna run over here and save. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna run over, but I want to turn. So what I want it to do is I want to be turned. I'm trying to turn so that whenever I take a step, I just hold the direction I need. I want it to be consistent. That's what we're going for, is we're going for a consistent setup. And while we set this up, I think I'm gonna double your guys' tickets for putting up with this nonsense. So on the Lotto Frenzy, you guys will get like +2 tickets instead of +1. So I feel bad that the setup didn't work properly. It's not my fault, but it's still annoying, so. It's okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience, guys. You learned how to be more patient when it came to making drinks. Ah. Red Crimbus drink. What's in the red Crimbus drink? I hope it's cranberry. What on earth is this? Tightrope tension from Wii Fit Plus. Yeah, you were right. It was Wii music. I didn't recognize it. I did not have a Wii Fit. I thought about getting one for a stream, actually. I thought Wii Fit would be a funny stream. We'd have to do a webcam stream for that one, though. Or we could do PNG Tuber Brandy. This is still really inconsistent. The setup on this is awful. Wii Fit is brutal. Didn't need to be called fat by your Wii at like 18 years old. Yeah. Very, it probably wouldn't have helped my self-esteem. I already had low self-esteem as a teenager. It probably wouldn't have been good if I'd had it when it came out. Have you guys heard of the there's like a sound effect that's called like something obese or something. And they put that in the game. I don't think current day Nintendo would do that. Yeah, Brandy needs to diet or something now. Alas, I want that cute femboy body shape, but I like eating too much and I dislike exercise. And we all saw what happened last time I tried to exercise on stream. That was a disaster. Also, I appreciate the mystery dungeon music we've got going in the background now. Yeah, I hope you guys liked the fossil video. It was supposed to come out in October, but it got delayed heavily. My apologies. I spent way too long editing the start of the video. Next video, I definitely need to not spend that long on the intro. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Yeah, see, this is not the most fun setup you could have. If I recall correctly, the way this works basically is like every, I think, 255 steps or something, it like basically rolls a random chance if the next one should like trigger a Pokespot encounter. But I think like the whether or not it'll find one is like predetermined based off RNG factors or something. It's weird. I don't understand fully how it works. I just wish it was consistent. Also, thank you for the rally luck, Dreamy. Rally luck, rally luck. Oh my god, save. There you go. You want me to change your trainer name to just Brisk? Well, it's not about if I would like. It's up to whatever you want. It's up to you. Yeah, since I haven't added the... since I haven't started editing that yet, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm not sure if I'm going to start on the Coliseum or the XD video next. I'd like to get done the Poke Rally video and the Summer Shiny Hunt, even though we're now in winter. I'd like to make videos out of those as well. And then I need to work on Coliseum. Or not Coliseum, XD. But fortunately, XD should be a lot faster to edit this time. So, we'll see. You think just Brisk is fine? Well, it's up to you. You decide. Yeah, the setup on this hunt prep is really obnoxious. The Coliseum video was a highlight. Thank you. That means so much. I'm really glad you guys liked it because it was a lot of work and a lot of stress for me. A lot of agony over was I doing this properly and stuff like that. So I'm glad you liked how it turned out. I'm sorry it took so long. It was not meant to take that long to get prepped and everything. I did an amazing job. Thank you. That means so much. Thank you, guys. It was very hard. And, like, it didn't do amazingly. I didn't expect it to. It didn't, like, shake the internet. But I did my best, so... Oh, there we go. Okay, so we managed to save right before the first encounter, so that should be perfect now. Or right before the monitor went off. So we got a Gligar now. Add that to the list, so that is our 10th encounter so far. But now, when I reset, we should take one step to the right and just get the encounter. Coliseum video was one of the best videos I've watched on YouTube. Oh my god, thank you so much. That's such high praise. That means so much because I really did, like, I know I mentioned it, but I recorded the script, the entire script, over 4 times. It took quite a lot to record everything. There we go. Hopefully that's more consistent now. Hopefully this will be more consistent. 10 and 10 deserves to be on the big screen. Thank you. That would be insane. But yeah, the XD video hopefully will be like good like the Coliseum video, but not that long. I'm aiming to have it between like 40 minutes and like an hour and a half, somewhere in that range. Not another 4-hour video. And I am looking forward to starting the XD video. Like I said, I explained this a little bit last time, but for those of you guys who weren't here, make it 6 hours. Do you want me to suffer? My poor throat won't last if I do it 6 hours. Each attempt or each recording of the video, the Coliseum video, took like 2 to 3 days. That's how long it took to record each chunk of, like, each attempt at the video. So, if I made it 6 hours, it'd be like 4 days per attempt at recording, and each recording would probably take like, it'd probably take like 4 or 5 attempts to get it to work or something, so. Look how much more consistent this is. That is way better. I'm sorry it took a little bit to set that up, but look how much more consistent we are now. It's actually functioning properly now. That was a good decision to fix it. Garchomp, let's go. Oh, Dreamy, did you get ZA's DLC? What was I saying? Right, for those of you guys who weren't here last time, I kind of explained what I want to do with the XD video. Oh, you didn't even get ZA? Oh no, I'm sorry, Dreamy. Did it just not interest you, or just haven't gotten around to it yet and you're gonna pick it up later? Let me get some water before I continue. Another Sandshrew. Yeah, for those of you guys who weren't here last time when I explained it, the plan is for the XD video, during the credits, I really want to show, I want to do like animated credits, and I want to show like your guys' Pokemon reuniting with you, the ones that you claimed. So for example, like, it would show like a little picture of Dreamy holding Beef Stew, and then like Mitch and Michael would be next to her, and it would like show that on screen, and it would say like, it would say Dreamy reunited with blank 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 and blank. That's the hope with the video. And I kind of showed what that would look like last time. I could show you guys again what it kind of looks like. The art style that I want to go for, it won't be as good, but let me see. It would be similar to this. I showed it last time, but I'll show it again just so you get an idea of what it looks like. There we go. So this kind of art style where it looks very sketchy, but this is the kind of animation that I want it to look like. Here, I'll put it... actually, yeah, over chat is fine for now. I'll put it up at the top of chat. There you go. So this is the kind of art style I want it to look like. Like the very minimalist black and white line art and stuff. Oh, went to the wrong place. Yeah, I'm obsessed with this song. You see the vision? Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'd like it to look like. And that's why it's gonna take a lot of like work to do that. So I'm not 100% committed to it yet, but hopefully I'll be able to do something similar. And this is the track that I'm gonna use for the credits as well, because I like this song a lot. Oh, look how much more consistent this is. It's so good. We can actually get the checks now. Gligar. Gligar. Oh, very weird. I'd like to do a cover of this song eventually too. Every time I swap the windows, it messes up the video recording. Ow, that was rude. I'm just trying to enjoy the song. You're throwing things at me. Alright, another Gligar. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Munchlax yet. Watch me jinx it right now, but Munchlax is supposed to be a 10% chance, and we are at almost 20 encounters without seeing one. I'm gonna play that game on stream too. We are going to play another Code Recollection at some point. I haven't decided when, but I really want to play it on stream. I have it. I got it specifically so we could play it. All right. Oh, there's the Munchlax. Like I said, I jinxed it. So that is our first Munchlax, which is just an entirely dud encounter. It was Borger. I want a Borger. Borger sounds good. But yeah, we will play another Code Recollection at some point. And one day I'd like to do a cover of that song because it's so good. I keep telling myself that it takes another step or two for the good and for all. of the struggles that I have been through. Sorry, my throat's a little messed up, so it didn't sound very good. Not that my singing sounds good normally anyway, but worse than usual. Worse than usual. Sandshrew. Let me add that, and then you added a music request. Let me see. Courtroom Revolutionnaire 2013 from Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I will get that going real quick. Oh, this current music is from Mario Golf. You're telling me you don't want to hear Mario Golf music? Yeah, this one's kind of whatever. Understandable. Thank you for the music request, Super Plush Lord. I'm pretty sure you've requested this one before as well. I like this one. Dude, I'm loving how much more consistent this is. Another Sandshrew. You did it during the Torkoal hunt. That sounds familiar. I was pretty sure you requested it before because it sounded familiar. And I've only ever listened to the first Ace Attorney OST. Oh my god, that's so much better. Phoenix City, my goat. Thank you for saving us. And that's a Gligar. Yeah, do you guys like the... I found a different website to track my shinies. This one lets me do a multi-counter. So we can actually see all the different shinies we're getting with this. That website is better. I mean, I think it depends. This website is better for tracking multiple Pokemon at once. The other one's fine for tracking specific Pokemon. That was a Sandshrew, right? This song on its own makes Dual Destinies worth it. Yeah, I've only played... I'll play it a second time because that was a little short. I've only played the first Ace Attorney game, and it was very good. I just never got around to any of the other ones. I planned to play the rest, but it was like just a thing that never... I got like sidetracked with other projects and stuff, so I never got around to it. But, something I was gonna say, unfortunately, I've got, like, a bunch of stuff, a bunch of projects. That was another Sandshrew. I've got a bunch of projects for end of the year, and then I want to finish those other 2 videos I've got on the back burner. And then I'm also going to have another video after that we're going to record in January next year. But part of why I decided to include this shiny hunt segment is this kind of delays the end of the project. So basically, I can actually start editing the XD video whenever I have time for it. And it won't need to go live until I finish the shiny hunting segment. But the way I've set up the shiny hunt segment, I can just plug in that data at the very end and it won't interfere with anything. Because it's basically its own mini section. So I can like start on working on the entire rest of the Colosseum or the XD video, all the animation and scripting and everything, get all of that done, and then just plug this in at the very end, and then everything will be ready to go. So that's kind of also part of why we're doing this, is literally just to pad out the project. Also, I didn't comment on it, but that was our second Munchlax. We definitely don't want to see Munchlax, though. Munchlax is bad. Munchlax can actually appear on your shiny frame. So if you would have gotten a shiny, Munchlax can take the shiny spot, and then you'd get nothing instead. It's very sad. But we have found 5 Trapinch, which is very, very lucky, actually. Trapinch is only 15%, so kind of funny we're seeing it almost as much as Gligar. But based off of averages and odds and everything, that'll probably mellow out later. The higher our encounters get, the closer we should be to that 50, 35, 15 split. It's not a guarantee that it'll be that, but the higher our odds go, the more likely it is that that's what we'll end up at. And in 10 minutes, you guys will get your first prize ticket. And like I said, since we had that scuff at the beginning that you guys were so patient with, I'll go ahead and I'll double your prize ticket for the first batch. So this first Lotto Frenzy will count for 2, and then after that it'll go down to just 1. But this is a good chance for you guys to get some big last-minute tickets. There's another Trapinch. Let's go. Interestingly, I don't know if that's the case anymore, but when I was back when I lived with them, my brothers, I have 2 brothers, they're both younger than me. Believe it or not, Brandy is actually the oldest. I don't act like it. I act like the spoiled younger brother, but I am actually the oldest, and believe it or not, I can be responsible when the situation calls for it. But yeah, when I lived with my 2 brothers, they were both younger than me. But their favorite Pokemon, one of them, his favorite Pokemon was Flygon, and the other, speaking of, there's another Trapinch, and my other brother, his favorite was Gliscor. So, funny enough, we have both of their Pokemon here. And then back then, my favorite was Ralts, but now my favorite is Togekiss. So, it is possible that their favorite has changed since then. I don't know. But Brandy's favorite is Togi. We love Togi. Togi, Togi. Oh my god, that feels so good. It feels so good seeing that be consistent, because I was worried about that for like a week. I set this up last week, So I spent the whole week worrying about if it was going to be consistent. And then when it wasn't, I was like, oh shoot, I messed up. So having it be consistent now just feels so relieving. Also, we are at 42 checks, so that's nice. Togi, thank you for the Togetic Redeem Super Plush Lord. Look at him. There's my boy Tenshibi, he's here. And he actually is here. Here, hold on. Yeah, if you guys didn't see earlier, here's Tenshibi. He's back in Orre. In canon, he never actually left, but here he is. There's our boy. Our lovely little boy. There's his national ribbon. And then we've also got Shibekta, who is the shiny Abra we got on stream. He has the champion ribbon. And Spikelet also has the champion ribbon. That's the other shiny we've got. Had my VODs on the audio the other night. Can't remember which it was. I was singing Toge in the style of the Cookie song. Togi, 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 Togi. I love that Cookie song. If I get a bird, I want to teach it that. There's something else I was gonna say. Oh yeah. The fortunate thing about this Pokespot is that all of these shinies are very noticeable. The other ones are a bit harder. In Oasis, Surskit and Hoppip are very noticeable. But Phanpy is very tough to tell if it's shiny or not. And up here, Wooper and Zubat are very obvious, but Aeron is very tough to tell. So we're lucky that Rock Pokespot, all of them are pretty obvious if it's shiny. And we really do want to see Gligar or Trapinch instead of Sandshrew. If we get Sandshrew, we'll take it. I'll just be a little disappointed by it. Your parents wanted to get you a bird because they wanted you to shut up. That's not very nice. Also, birds are loud. I think they'd be more annoyed than anything. Birds are pretty chattery. Another Trapinch. Yeah, these are not as fast of checks as our Dracovish checks, but they're way better than our Togetic checks. And definitely better than our Ho-Oh checks. And I would argue even better than our Torkoal checks. The Torkoal checks were pretty slow too. Like, those were way better than Togetic, but still on the slow side. At the end of all these shiny hunts, I'll be able to do a tier list of all the different methods, though. I'll be able to say, oh yes, this method is the best, and this one sucks the most. To be fair, the Togetic one wouldn't be that bad if I were just running Master Ball. If I could just Master Ball Togekiss, it wouldn't, or Togetic, it wouldn't be that bad. With the Master Ball, Togetic becomes about as annoying as this. Slightly worse, but not that bad. It goes to like a minute-long hunt. There's another Sandshrew. Here, before I start this, let's... I set live split. I'm gonna check how long it takes me to go through this and do one check. It should be about 40 seconds, I would guess. Yeah, about 45 seconds. Accounting for slowness on my end, it was about 45 seconds. Also, that was a Sandshrew, right? Decided to overlap the audio of me saying that, but the final cut, you got a headache and had to discard it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I could see how that would give headaches. I had a similar edit in the fossil video where I overlapped the audio. But that was only like one little line. So it shouldn't be too bad. Whoa, I'm impressed our Trapinches are keeping track with our Glygars. We should definitely be seeing more Glygars and less Trapinches, but not that I'm complaining. But they are both about keeping pace with the Sandshrews, so our numbers aren't that far off, it looks like. But again, this is a very small sample size. It'll course correct over time, I would assume. So yeah, this is so much better. And Sandshrew. Sandshrew! That's not what Sandshrew sounds like. I don't know what Sandshrew sounds like. You always have to check your edits, so if you had thrown in the compilation, it would hurt your head. Ah. Yeah, I hope you guys liked the fossil video. I had a lot of fun editing it, particularly the beginning of the video. The beginning was very, very fun to edit. Oh, and it is ticket time! Ticket time! Who wants who wants 2 tickets? All right, 2 tickets for Brisk. And that is a extra Sandshrew, so I will go ahead and bump that up. And let me see. So Brisk, you are at 24 tickets. Congratulations. Congratulations. I'll just go ahead and add tickets for the people who I know were here. So that would be Morph, Dreamy, and Super Plush Lord. But if anyone else is here lurking and wants their tickets, go ahead and let me know. So Morph is at 17 tickets. Super Plush Lord is also at 24, and Dreamy is at 12. So congratulations, guys. Ticket, please. Yes, I have added you, Super Plush Lord. You and Brisk are tied at 24. You guys have been very consistently here. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, Sylveon, the greatest Pokemon. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Also, I will reset the ticket counter. How are you doing? Just call you Sylveon? Okie dokie. Yeah, welcome in, Sylveon. How are you doing? I love Sylveon. Sylveon's a great Pokemon. Oh, also, I need to... let me restart this. Put down our tally for Sandshrew. And shiny... Where's our Lotto Frenzy? There we go. Good, just bored. Working on anything? Your boyfriend's sick, so you're staying at his place. Oh, I hope your boyfriend feels better. Hang in there. Don't get sick yourself as well. Be careful. But I hope things improve for you. Yeah, we are just, we are shiny hunting in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness, and we are doing the Rock Pokespot. Yeah, I was wearing a Sylveon hoodie earlier. Here, I'll bring it back in a second. That is another Sandshrew. Add that to the list. Boop. Yeah. 1 second. Here we go. And there we go. I'm Sylveon. Yeah, Sylveon's great. Love Sylveon. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Follow for the Sylveon. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, these we've got the Sylveon. We also have a I've got another one actually. Hold on. All right, what do we got at the Rock Pokespot this time? A Gligar. Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing as many Gligars. We should be seeing more. I can also do this. Hold on. I have a shiny and a non-shiny version. I'll use the shiny version. Oh no, my Sylveon hood shrank. There we go. There we go. I've got a Sylveon doll as well. The artist who made these various Pokemon assets did such a good job on them. I've thought about eventually commissioning them for like a Togekiss set of assets. One day maybe we'll get Togekiss. But for now, I really like the Eevee assets. Yeah, Togekiss would be cool. Togekiss is my favorite Pokemon. There's another Gligar. Let's go. That's why we have the clapping Togekiss emote. There we go. There it is. And I can also pull it up here in a second when the game loads. Last year, we shiny hunted for... How much was it? It was like 4 months, roughly. It was from like June to October. Last year, we shiny hunted for this shiny Togetic. And here he is. This is our little guy. And we got him in Pokemon Coliseum. And that took quite a while, but... He took 2,000 and I want to say 89 encounters for that. So, it was actually really lucky. It was way under odds, but it took quite a while. each encounter took like 10 to 20 minutes on average. Oh, and there's our Togetic redeem. Thank you, Super Plush Lord. Is it just me, or is he like lower than usual? He's like barely peeking in. Maybe my model... Did I accidentally move my model, actually? That might be why. There we go. If we move the model up a little bit. There you go. You can actually see him now. Oh, and that's another Gligar. Yeah, see, this is what I meant. The Glygars are catching up to where they should be now. Just kind of a law of averages thing. Never been here before. Yeah, it looked a little weird for me. I was like, that looks like I moved it a little bit on accident. But I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to meet you. Me being an Eevee makes me even cuter. Aw, thank you. Oh, there's our third Munchlax. Yeah, we're also under odds on the Munchlaxes, which I'm fine with. We don't want to see the Munchlax. The Munchlax is bad, but the Munchlax is bad news. That was a shiny Trapinch, and the Munchlax took the spot, obviously. So Sylveon is obviously the greatest Pokemon, but do you like any other Pokemon? Any other big favorites besides Sylveon? We do love Sylveon, though, for sure. And that's another Gligar. Add it to the list. Ooh, Raichu. Raichu is cool, too. It's nice that Raichu finally got something, because it's been mostly overshadowed by Pikachu forever, so... Glad it got something in Mega Dimension. Your boyfriend is named after another of your favorite Cinderace? I do like Cinderace. Cinderace is my favorite of the Galar starters. I've still never shiny hunted Cinderace, actually. It's on my list of to-do in the future. It's on my future to-do list, for sure. I'm not sure when. What if during the World Cup, I don't know when the World Cup is because I don't follow sports, but during the World Cup, I'll shiny hunt Cinderace so that people who don't want to watch the World Cup have something to do. Would that be fun? Yes. I'll get the level ball Cinderace that I've always wanted. So I always did want a Cinderace, a shiny Cinderace, but I never did it because I wanted it in a level ball specifically. And back in Gen 8, you couldn't really get it. You couldn't get a level ball Cinderace. They didn't have it to where you could get them in the wild and just pick them in a random ball, so. But now you can get it in Scarlet and Violet, so. Yeah, I like Cinderace, but my favorite of that evolution line is actually Raboot. I adore Raboot. It's so cute. A silly little guy. And that was a Sandshrew. It's been a little bit since we've seen one, actually. Yeah, it was slow going at the start when it wasn't working consistently. But after we set it up, we've been getting our encounters way faster, so pretty happy about that. Your brother's obsessed with Scorbunny, so one day you decided to try and trade a Meltan for a shiny Scorbunny. That's when you found out you can't actually trade mythicals on GTS. Yeah, I don't know why they do that. I guess to prevent a flood of hacked event Pokemon, but still weird. Speaking of Meltan, I actually need to get one with my original trainer ID. The one I have is from an old friend who got it for me because I don't play Go. But I was actually thinking about playing Go just to get Meltan with my own trainer ID, and I thought about streaming it, but now I don't have to. Another Sandshrew. Yeah, bear in mind, roughly 50% of our encounters should be Sandshrew. Not because we want it to be, just because that's how averages work. It is a 50% chance to find Sandshrew. Technically, it's less than 50% because it technically, if I understand the way it works correctly, it actually checks Munchlax first. So it rolls a 10% chance. Is it going to be Munchlax? And then if it says no, which is a 90% chance, then it checks another roll for Sandshrew, Gligar, and Trapinch. But it's technically a 10% chance of Munchlax, and then it's the odds of the other guys. But because it checks Munchlax first, it should technically be like slightly lower. But that's too complex for me, so I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm gonna ignore that math. I'm not good enough at math for that. This is one of those things that I'm kind of surprised isn't as well documented. Like, it's decently documented, but compared to how many other things are, like, super well documented in Pokemon, I feel like the documentation for how things like this works in the GameCube games is a little light. And there's a lot of misinformation about it. You still get, to this day, people who don't understand how shiny hunting works in these games, and they will very loudly and confidently tell you incorrect information. It's very weird. There's a lot of misinformation regarding the GameCube games. Why do they allow you to ask for Pokemon? The game won't let you trade if you wanted to. Yeah, that's the question with it. I don't understand. Even back in like Gen 4, you could on the GTS, that was when online trading was new. Technically no, but like for all intents and purposes, that's when it was new. And back then you had so many people on the GTS asking for like level 9 Mew, level 9 or under Mew, and things like that. And I think they don't actually check for like those level restrictions because technically they could have exceptions. Like they could have they could put a lock on, like, Gyarados cannot be requested if it's under level 20, right? But then you have weird exceptions where, like, you actually technically can get a level 1 Gyarados because of Pokemon Black and White 2. So, you know, there could technically be Pokemon that would maybe fail those checks, but could technically be legit. So I'm guessing that's why they didn't bother with that, but I don't know why they don't have just like a blanket removal of all the mythical options from the GTS and things like that. Very weird stuff, though. Anyway, that's another Sandshrew. Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking about when I said that. Still hear people saying that Purifying a shiny shadow rerolls the shininess. That's exactly what I was thinking of. A lot of people still say that to this day. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. But they will very loudly and incorrectly insert this trivia whenever someone posts like, oh, I got a shiny shadow Pokemon. Someone will inevitably be there being like, oh, don't purify it, it'll stop being shiny. And it's like, that's not how it works. That is just blatant misinformation. Trapinch. Been a while since we've seen a Trapinch. I'm really curious where that rumor even got started. I wonder why people have this misconception that shininess will be erased if you purify it. Because there's nothing that should be related to it being purified. I can at least kind of understand the misconception that a shadow Pokemon that is shiny becomes not shiny when you catch it, because there's technically an instance where that happens. But I think the only instance where that actually happens is with Hitmontop. I could be wrong on that. I'm not 100% sure. But I know Hitmontop is the main one where that's like an actual thing. I have watched the Hitmontop shiny hunts where they were shiny hunting it and they got like 2 different shiny Hitmontop on the opponent's side that were not shiny when they caught it, because yeah, the odds of it being shiny for both players is near 0. I mean, like, shinies are already near 0, but like far more infinitesimally small. Because you and the NPC would have to have like the exact same trainer ID and secret ID for that, I think. So like, good luck. All right, so 29, 18, 20, 29, 18, 10. So we've got 28 plus 29. Counting in the Munchlaxes, we've done more than 60 checks, so. Yeah, they're not the fastest checks, but they're not too bad. Another Gligar. Think you've seen footage of Purification removing shininess? That's so weird because you'd have to go out of your way to fake the footage. Because nothing about Purification changes anything to do with the Pokemon's, like, identification values and stuff. That stuff is locked in when the Pokemon is generated, and Purification doesn't change that at all. So that's, like, very odd. Only theory you have is that it's a result of a cheat code. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's something to do with people using like action replays as kids or something. And that was another saying true. Yeah, I kind of had the idea that I wanted to shiny hunt a Pokemon from each of the 3 Pokespots, but I'm not sure if I want to commit to that, because this will probably be a pretty lengthy hunt as it is. So doing all 3 Pokespots could be like just a little overkill, but it'll depend. We'll play it by ear. There's another saying true. And I will probably do some of these checks off stream as well, just so that I'm like making constant progress on this. But we'll see, we'll see. Oh, you know who I miss? Where is there we go, there's Booster. Oh, there's something. I gotta move my model down a little bit. There we go. There we go. There we go. That was another saying true. There we go. I really should update the counter before I reset, just so I can make sure that I've got the right Pokemon that I'm resetting. Top 10 worst Pokemon glitches video, and it was a Remoraid. Yeah, that shouldn't be a thing. Very weird. That should not be a thing that happens. And I'm not sure how you end up with that scenario. But very, very bad that they would spread misinformation and then leave it up like that. I mean, like, Pokemon is no stranger to glitches. Are you that desperate for an extra glitch to make the top 10? Just put in literally anything from Scarlet and Violet. I can't believe we had a Scarlet and Violet moment last night in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Chat, this is without a doubt a Scarlet and Violet moment. There we go, 34 on Sandshrew. Yeah, imagine how fast this hunt would be if you didn't have to go through the title cards. That would remove like 20 seconds off the hunt on its own. Yeah, it'd be almost like twice as fast. At the very least, one of the annoying things about Colosseum when we were shiny hunting Togetic, Colosseum doesn't have a soft reset button combination. So I had to physically reach over and press the reset button on the Wii every time, which meant that I had to have the Wii on the bed next to me so that I could reach it. But XD Gale of Darkness does have a button combination to reset the game. So it's a lot faster than reaching over and physically resetting the Wii. Unfortunately, it is still kind of slow, but it's not as slow. It does save a few seconds. Ooh. Not sure if the channel's even up. Tried looking for it a few months ago because of another glitch in that video. I think it was before Gen 7, so no Scarlet and Violet glitches. Ah, rip. Well, hopefully they're not spreading misinformation anymore. Not that I think it'll be anytime soon that we effectively erase that misconception about shiny Pokemon. It's such a weird thing. I don't know why it's so prevalent. Because, like, these games are, like, compared to other Pokemon games, they're not even that well known. A lot of people just never played them. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, Coliseum and XD probably have still been played by, like, millions of people. But compared to, like, a mainline Pokemon game that sells like multi-millions, it's like relatively small compared to that. So I don't know why this is such a widespread belief. I'm curious, actually. Actually, Pokemon Coliseum, apparently, according to Wikipedia, it sold 2.41 million copies worldwide, which for 2005 isn't really that bad. Or, well, this was, Coliseum is 2003, I guess. Yeah, 2003. But that's not bad. So that was 2.4, so 2.4 million, and XD sold more than 1 million, so XD presumably didn't sell as well, but that's not bad. Yeah, there's less concrete numbers for XD Gale of Darkness, but it sold more than 1 million, so. Also, let me update our counter. That is a Sandshrew. There we go. But like, okay, so that's like 2.5 million. And we'll assume that like more people have played it since then thanks to like emulators, but I wouldn't like crazy inflate the number. Let's just say like 3 million people have played it. That's still like less than most mainline games, right? So I'm like so curious where this myth came from. Like, why is it so widespread when so few people, relatively speaking, have played it? I'm sure a lot of it's like word of mouth. One person spreads the misinformation, then like 5 other people pick it up and spread it as well. Like, it's way too widespread. Yeah, hard to find info on the shadow Pokemon when 80% of the results are about ghost shadows. Yeah, that was an issue I had when I started prepping for these hunts. I was like looking up Shadow Togetic, and it would be like oh, did you mean Shadow Pokemon Go? And it's like, no, I didn't. I know there are people out there who really like Go, but I'm convinced that Go has had a detrimental impact on the franchise. And that's why we have nonsense like mythics that are shiny locked, or like legendaries and mythics that are shiny locked. Pokemon like Golden Go that are shiny locked. And the entire situation with Meltan and Melmetal, where you can only evolve it in Go. I'm convinced that Go is like just having a negative impact on the franchise. Or at least on the games. I'm sure like the trading cards aren't as affected, but hold on. How do I clip? Can someone clip what we just had? Just like the last check. I didn't see what we encountered. I just kind of reset when I saw it wasn't shiny, but I wasn't paying attention to what we just saw. Use the before year tag to help with it. Fair. I haven't needed, like, I've been able to just find stuff normally, but so it hasn't been a big issue, but I suppose that could help. I could probably just pull up my own stream, I guess. You sent me the clip. Thank you, Brisk. Just like the last... your situation with Meltan and Melmetal, only evolve it in Go. Like, packed on. At least on the games. Okay, it was Sandshrew. Thank you, Brisk. The entire situation. I was pretty sure it was Sandshrew, but I wasn't 100%. Thank you, Brisk. Appreciate it. Hate having to deal with Go for Melmetal. Yeah. Oh, Trapinch. Let's go. It's been a bit since we saw Trapinch. Trapinch is interesting. It looks too big in the overworld here. So it looks like weirdly large. Yeah, I need to figure out what the situation is with Meltan and Melmetal, but we'll get to that. All right, Shanshrew again. Yeah, I definitely made this way harder on myself by adding the requirement that I have to count how many of each Pokemon we found, but... Hi, Anubis, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good evening. Or a good... I guess it's not evening for you, but... Hope you're having a good day. What's up? We are just doing some shiny hunting. Trapinch again. Let's go. We're looking for that mossy green Trapinch, though. That's the big prize. Actually, to be honest, I think I'd rather have Gligar than Trapinch. Trapinch would still be great, don't get me wrong, but I think I'd slightly prefer Gligar. Although, an Orre Trapinch would go pretty crazy. I will say my throat is hurting a little bit today. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the voices I was doing yesterday, but like my voice felt fine before stream, and then once I started talking on stream, suddenly it started hurting. Void Kong's voice. Funny enough, the Void Kong voice was not as hard on my throat as the K-Rool voice was. The K-Rool voice was worse. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Brisk. 1 second. We got some Banjo-Kazooie music. I have a friend who really likes Banjo-Kazooie. I watched a Let's Play of it, and honestly, it didn't really vibe with me, but... I know a lot of people really love Banjo-Kazooie. Gligar, let's go. Yeah, I'm really hoping that when we eventually find the shiny, I just really want to hope that we get the I hope we get either the Trapinch or the Gligar. Sandshrew will be a little disappointing. No worries. I'm sorry that Twitch kicked you out after you sent your message, but welcome, Anubis. I hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good day. Blanket. I will get the blanket in a second. I actually have my blanket on IRL. Let me see. There we go. Thank you, Anubis. And there's another Gligar. Let me add that to the counter. Doing well. That's good to hear. I'm glad. I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right today. I'm a little tired, but generally speaking, I'm doing okay. I even went to sleep early last night, but I still woke up early and I was tired and my jaw hurt. I think I'm grinding my teeth in my sleep again, which isn't great. Also, why is this track like so much louder than the rest of them were? Oh, didn't mean to mute that. Alright, there we go. And that is a Gligar, so let me increase the counter. For you, it's 1 a.m. You need to stay up. You have to be up at 6. Oh no, hang in there. If you gotta sleep, totally understandable. However, while you're here, if you'd like to claim a shadow Pokemon, now would be the time to do it. If you'd like to claim a shadow Pokemon, for the video. But if you've gotta run and go get some sleep, I totally understand that. And there's another Gligar. Yeah, the more I think about the idea of getting a... Like I said, going into this, Gligar is my most wanted. But I can't deny how much aura a Orre original Trapinch would have. It'd go kinda crazy. Because Flygon is sick. A Pokemon known as Flygon dreams of being able to Mega Evolve. Absolutely insane post on Twitter. Here, hold on. Can I pull it up real quick? Dang, I'm surprised I can't just boot this up and find it. Oh, I didn't mean to lose the Snuggie blanket. There we go. Dang, no one has this meme. There it is. This is what I'm referring to. A Pokemon called Flygon has a thought. I wish that I could Mega Evolve. Which Pokemon are available? 1 second. I will pull them up. Whoop. Here are the available Pokemon. So yeah, if you guys haven't claimed a Pokemon today, and you're not at the 6 Pokemon limit, now would be a good time to claim any last second. Oh, hold on. I did forget to remove the 2 that got claimed today. So Starmie got claimed today, And what was the other one that got claimed? Dreamy claimed Manectric. That's right. There we go. So the rest of these are available still. Oh my god. OBS is weird sometimes. I'm trying to move things and it's just like, nope. Gonna give you problems. There we go. So yeah, we have Lediba, Seedot, Clay, or Baltoy, Numel, Voltorb, Makuhita, Pineco, Marowak, Meowth, Sphero, Grimer, Nosepass, Shelder, Beedrill, Pidgeotto, Rhydon, Butterfree, Magneton, Tauros, Weepinbell, Arbok, Hypno, Golduck, Dodrio, Mr. Mime, Farfetch'd, Kangaskhan, Pinsir, Magcargo, Lickitung, Solrock, Dugtrio, Swellow, Electabuzz, and Poliwrath. Oh. Uh-oh. Kind of covered the thing. Let's see. Anubis has claimed... Oh, you want the Butterfly. You want Butterfree? Sure thing. I will add a Butterfree for you. Thank you for the claim. And that also gives you 2 tickets. That gives you 2 prize tickets for the raffle. Let me add that for you. Two tickets. All right, so Anubis has claimed Butterfree. Butterfree is one that I'm kind of surprised wasn't claimed earlier. Butterfree's like fairly popular. I like Butterfree. All right, let me what trainer name do you want, and what nickname for the Pokemon would you like? Oh, the Lotto reset? What was it at? Did you see what it was at? If not, can someone clip it real quick? I don't know why it reset, but that's no good. Oh, because I changed the screen. That's right. That's right. My mistake. Ah, all a disaster, and I accidentally deleted the blanket too. Ah, there we go. It was at 12 minutes. Okay, I will fix the Lotto real quick. That should say 12. Reset. There we go. All right, so Anubis, what do you want your trainer name to be? And what do you want the nickname of the Butterfree to be? You don't have to give it a nickname, but if you want to, let me know. And I will add that. And thank you for the Shadow Pokemon claim. I appreciate it. That means you will get a small cameo in the video that I make eventually. This video is going to be long, so I'm not particularly looking forward to having to edit it, but all right, let me get the... All right, so it's a Gligar. I'll reset things. Add Gligar to the list. There you go, 25 Glygars. And now I will find some more music. Here we go. There we go. Butterfly. Oh, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Cupid. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are having a good day. What's up? How was stream? We're just doing some shiny hunting. Nothing too crazy, but welcome in. I hope everyone's having a good day. Uploading VODs and making thumbnails. Fun. I like making thumbnails usually, but I don't like uploading VODs, so fair. And there's a sand shrew. Let me add that to the list. Boop. 45 sand shrews. Yeah, I hope everything went well, though. Not the most fun part of being the content creator, to be fair, but I usually like making thumbnails, especially the thumbnails. I mean, like, it's a lot of work to draw them myself, but I've been enjoying drawing them. For those of you guys who didn't get to see, I can actually show you. This is the thumbnail for the video that I'm uploading tomorrow. Here it is. So I drew this one for tomorrow, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. This will be tomorrow's video for the main channel. Haven't made thumbnails before, so you have years worth of uploads to catch up on. Oh no, that's a lot. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. You're excited for the shiny fossil hunt. I hope it lives up to your expectations, Brisk. Do I know whatever thing that night is so much louder than the day? No. Why is the night louder than day? I don't know why. But yeah, I'm really happy with how this one turned out. I only make the hand-drawn thumbnails for the... Well, they're digitally drawn, but digitally by hand, whatever. You know what I mean. I only do the big fancy thumbnails for the big videos for the main channel, but I really like how that one turned out. There's another sand shrew. Yippee! The guy that we want to see, sand shrew. I don't want to see sand shrew. But it's better than saying munchlax, to be fair. Yeah, Anubis, did you have a, what did you want your trainer name and your Pokemon's nickname to be? I don't know if you heard me ask that earlier, so. For your butterfly. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, for VODs, I'm so tempted usually for the VODs to just leave the whatever YouTube picks as the thumbnail. I never do, but I'm always tempted. Cause like for stream VODs making thumbnails, sometimes it's fun, but sometimes it's not. So I'm always tempted to just let YouTube pick for me, but I always make a thumbnail of some kind for it. Trainer name Anubis and Pokemon name Lilith. Okie dokie, I will add that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alright, Anubis and Lilith. There we go. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, all of you guys who have claimed a Pokemon, and if you haven't, now's your chance. For everyone who has claimed a Pokemon, I'm gonna try and do a little, you guys are gonna have at least a little cameo in the finished XD vid where I will show your trainer name on screen. Even if your Pokemon didn't get used in any fights or anything, it'll still show up. And I'm not 100% sure if I'll do it yet. But the plan is hopefully I will draw a little doodle of your trainer as well, alongside their Pokemon, so. I hope everyone who wants to get a little guy claims one. Angel yap. Yeah, I do be yapping. Another Sandshrew. Everyone's favorite Sandshrew. Wow. Yeah, I don't have a... I thought about getting a little Pop Cat emote like that. I don't have one, but I have the Bark emote, which is very similar. There's my little Bark emote. Arp, arp, arp. I also use it as a Brandy Yap emote, basically. I'm gonna need to get another one of those when I get my redesign eventually. You heard that English word and don't know what that means? No, it's not just you being dirty-minded. That is a naughty word. Gligar. All right, yeah. See, look, as our sample size increases, we're looking much closer to what these odds should be. We've got about 50 Sandshrew versus 25 Gligar. Actually, our Gligar count is kind of low. We should have more Gligars, I think, but it's much closer to what the actual numbers should be. At 100 encounters, we should have roughly 50 Sandshrew, 35 Gligar, and 15 Trapinch. And we should have 10 Munchlax. We're really far behind on Munchlaxes, but I'm okay with that. You heard that on another stream? Yeah, that is a... that do be a naughty word. So it's not just you being dirty-minded. That is what it means. It is a dirty word. What's the naughty word? I can't say that one. That one's naughty. Yeah, we're good angels. We're good little angels. We don't say naughty words, usually. I've never said any naughty words ever. True. This is a truthfully statement. Also, it is 1 minute and 30 seconds until you guys get your lotto tickets. You guys get your bonus tickets in 1 minute and 30. Sandshrew once again. All right, 50 Sandshrew. All right, so we've done 80 checks so far. No, 90 checks. Okay. And yeah, after this check, it will be time for you guys to claim your bonus tickets. Another Trapinch. Nifty. I love the fact that I don't have to start the battle to check if it's shiny or not, though. That's so nice. our shiny hunt in our summer shiny hunt would have been so much better if you could just see if they were shiny or not in the overworld. That alone would have made that hunt so much better. Anyway, it's ticket time. Who wants a bonus ticket? Who wants one bonus ticket? Ticket, please, for Super Plush Lord. I will add Super Plush Lord and Brisk. All right, let me add you guys in. All right, Brisk and Super Plush Lord are both at 25 tickets. Congratulations. Quite a lot. Anyone else want a bonus ticket? Munchlax, there we go. There you go, plus 5 on the Munchlaxes. Was there something else I was gonna do? There's something else I was like, I should do this, and then I just forgot. Oh, right. Yeah, so anyone else want to get a ticket? Ticket time. There we go. Now the Lotto Frenzy's back online. I like this track, by the way. This one is called Mushroom Forest from Mario Party 1. Dreamy had all the mushroom Pokemon, all 2 of them. And there's a 15th Trapinch. So technically, according to odds, we should see 5 more Munchlaxes and 8 more Glygars here. But I don't think that's gonna happen. But if our odds were perfectly exact, that's what we would end up with. There is a Gligar. Okay. You like this song? It's called The Broken Shinto Shrine from Pocky and Rocky. Here, I'll type it out for you. Oh. There you go. It is nice. There's another Gligar. Maybe we will hit our actual exact odds for 100 checks. I doubt it, but it would be funny. Oh, welcome in, Joe. Thank you for the prize ticket redeem. And you are here early enough. Do you want the bonus ticket for the most recent round? That would put you at 22 tickets if I give you both. Yeah, let me add both for you. So that puts you at 22 tickets. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day, Joe. What's up? Gotta lock in. Lurky lurk. Yeah, no worries. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. I need to get a lurk emote for sure, right? When I get my second batch of emotes, I should definitely get a lurk one, right? Trapinch. Oh wait, we have a lurk emote. Why am I like, we don't have a lurk emote? We have one. I don't use it as a lurk emote, that's why. I never use it as a lurk emote, but we literally have one. I actually use it as like a... a lot of the time I use it as a like sarcastic emote. Like I'll say something that's like just not true. But I'll say it sarcastically and I'll add that emote. But because I never lurk, I never use it as a lurk emote, even though that is technically a lurk emote. And I just forgore. You're feeling pretty good. That's good to hear. I'm sorry that you're in theory having a bad day, but I'm glad that you're at least feeling good right now. And I hope your day turns around and feels better. And we are approaching 100 checks. Actually, technically, if you count the Munchlaxes, we already passed 100 checks. But not counting the Munchlaxes, we're 4 away. Oh no, who put this in here? No, you can't do that. Oh. Someone hates me. This is a personal attack. This music is from my least... The game I hate more than any other game in all of existence. Who put this here? I'm gonna be honest though, I didn't know that it was from this game because I try and actively forget everything about that game. That game was so bad, I didn't want to remember the music. The music was fine, actually. Like, the music was not the thing I had issues with, but... What game is it? Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles: The Crystal Bearers. Terrible game. I hate that game. It was so bad. Is it objectively the worst game that I've ever played? No. The worst game I've ever played was Pirates of the Caribbean on Game Boy Advance. But Crystal Bearers insulted me on every level. It felt like a complete waste of my entire life playing it, so... I take greater... I take greater offense to Crystal Bearers than I do Pirates of the Caribbean, because... Pirates of the Caribbean was like movie tie-in garbage. It was never meant to be good. But Crystal Bearers had ideas that could have been good if they were executed properly. Another Gligar, let's go. I don't like this track. Whatever this is, no. Oh, you redeemed Swear? I didn't see it. Was there something specific you wanted me to put it towards, Brisk? Oh, and congrats on the 30 stream streak, Joe. Crazy. Here, I'll pick. Fuck this music. This is awful. Who put this here? I'm less insulted at this than I was at the Crystal Bearers music, but who put this in here? How much I hated that fucking game. It was awful. Crystal Bearers can go to fucking hell. I hate that game. Actually terrible game. Sad thing is, for being a Wii game, it didn't look that bad. But, like, the music was fine, the graphics were fine. everything else about it was terrible. Anyway, this music needs to go. I don't like it. Munchlax. Oh no, not Munchlax. We don't want Munchlax. The thing is, if you could actually catch shiny Munchlax in this game, it would be like one of the coolest shiny hunts ever. But you cannot catch that Munchlax, and it cannot be shiny, so... on both counts, it is just sad. Yeah, multiple swears. I felt bad for missing it. I won't always do that if I miss the swear, but... I felt a little bad, and also I just hate that game so much. Sandshrew. It's been a bit since we saw Sandshrew. Alright, I think that was actually our 100th check that was for an actual Pokemon that could be shiny. Yeah. That was check number 100 for Pokemon that could actually be shiny, so... we actually got less Munchlaxes than we should have for 100 checks, but... that's okay. Like I said, we don't want to see Munchlax. Munchlax is a scourge upon our fields. It has come to salt the earth and devastate our crops, and we don't want to see it. So long as Munchlax graces our village with its presence, no good can come of it. We will meet with devastation and ill tidings. So screw Munchlax. I still can't believe when I did my Lucas playthrough of Pokemon Platinum, I was doing honey trees to try and get I wanted to get Combee. That's all I wanted from the honey trees. I wanted Combee. And I did multiple trees. And from those trees, I ended up with Heracross and Munchlax. But no Combee. It was the funniest thing ever. I literally just wanted... and it wasn't even a female Combee. I was just looking for a Combee. I was going to breed for it to be female later. But I just wanted a Combee, and instead I got Heracross and Munchlax, which are the two rarest things. So I was like, well, I guess I'm running these this time. So I had a Munchlax named Pot Pie and a Heracross named Pretzel for Lucas. Love me regardless. Aw, thank you. But yeah, those honey trees were really lucky when I wasn't going for it. You're jealous, hated honey trees with a passion. That's fair. Honey trees are the honey trees are quite a hassle. Also, there's another Munchlax, so you have 888 channel points. Congrats. That is an interesting number. I thought about adding a redeem that was just one channel point that you guys could spam. And it would have no purpose other than to let you change the number of channel points you have by one. So that you could get like specific numbers if you really wanted to. It's like, I like it when my channel points are even, but sometimes your channel points aren't even. And so it's like, I was like, I could do a redeem that lets you just change it by one. I suggested it to a friend and he took great offense to the idea. But just think, you could have 67 channel points if I made you it so you could just redeem however many you wanted. The femboy drink for the mystery drink. Nice. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys can't really see your see the Pokemon you guys have claimed. I guess I could now. As long as I don't save, then it's fine. Let me real quick pull up your guys' Pokemon that we purified and everything. Also, I had to organize all these boxes off stream. So actually, I'll have to add more since you guys claimed a few. So Manectric will go by Dreamy's Pokemon. I'll move Butterfree over. Where is Butterfree? Oh, there's Butterfree. Here's Anubis's Butterfree. Yeah, it's got the special ribbon. It comes with Morning Sun, which is a special move for it. And it's a rash nature. What was the other Pokemon that got claimed today? There's a third Pokemon that got... Oh, right. Morph claimed Leggy the Starmie. Leggy. We've got Hitmonleg and Leggy. That's funny. But yeah, while we're here, I can also pull up your guys' other Pokemon and you can see them. Cause you guys haven't got to see them recently. Here's Marzana. Here's Orania. Here's Celtic the Second. Here's Dullahan, Jokul, and Willow. We got Paddington, we got Kiba, we got Cinder, we got Pistachio. Hi Mel, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. Hunt goes okay. We just passed 100 checks a little bit ago. Not too long ago. Here's Sears's Chuck E. Mitch, Ping Pong, Beef Stew. Oh yeah, here's all of Mel's Pokemon. Here's Beef, Feral, Hitmonleg, Borf, Rotund, and Bonfire. And here's Super Plush Lords redeems. Here's Suki, Snowy, Sakura, and Mikan. Yeah, there's all your guys's. There's all your little guys's. You're about to work on the fan art. Nice. Nice. The art, is that the art that you showed earlier of you with all your Pokemon that you claimed? Cause that one's super cute. That one's turning out super cute so far. Gligar. Yeah, that one. Yeah, you're doing such a good job with it. Mine is not gonna be as good as that. I'm gonna try and make something good, but that one's turning out so adorable. There we go. Yeah, I need to work on the art for that. I think the order of operations that I'm gonna do... There's a Trapinch, by the way. Trapinch is the rare guy from the pool. We want to see Trapinch. Trapinch or Gligar, ideally, as our shiny. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. I think the order that I'm gonna do things for the video, for the art, I'm probably gonna go intro animation first, and then the Lugia purification, and then at the end I'll work on all of the outro animations with the art of you guys and your Pokemon. So I'm just gonna go in order of when it would appear in the video, I guess, so it's not anything too crazy, but I'm thinking like basically I'm going in order not based off of time, but based off of how intimidated I am by that part of the project. Yeah, I do have time. Unfortunately, I probably won't start on the art for that stuff until next month at the earliest, because I am kind of busy for the rest of this month. In fact, I might not even start it until after anniversary, because I have to do a bunch of stuff for anniversary prep, and that is next month. So, oh, welcome back, Sylveon. Welcome back. Welcome back. Rally luck. Rally luck. Thank you. Thank you, Brisk. Oh, Terraria Morning Rain. I can add that. 1 second, Super Plush Lord. Let me pull that up. Thank you for the music request. Yeah, I've never played Terraria. It looks way too intimidating. I've watched some gameplay of it, but it just looks too scary. I hope this is the right track. Is this the correct track? Not a lot came up when I looked it up. Okay, it is correct. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. And there's a Gligar. Boop. 35. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing some checks for this off stream, but eventually when I want to actually get it done. But for now, I'm fine with going slow because it's just going to take me a while before I can actually start working on the actual XD video. There's just way too much art, and I'm too slow at it. I really wish I was fast at drawing. I feel like I'm actually more or less at a point where I'm happy with the kind of art that I'm able to do. I mean, like, obviously I'd like it to be, like, better. But, like, I'm pretty content with what I'm able to draw now. But I wish it was faster. I just wish I went faster. I'm so slow. My art is great. Thank you, Mel. That's so sweet. I feel like my art still could be a lot better, but, you know. For how relatively infrequently I draw, I think it's okay. Yeah, I was showing the thumbnails for the the thumbnail for tomorrow's video. If you guys haven't seen. Oh, geez, that is big. Here's the thumbnail for tomorrow's video on the main channel. Yeah, I'm very happy with how this one turned out. You love Terraria? Yeah, I've only watched some. I've watched a little Terraria, but I've never played it. It just looks way too overwhelming. Tried to play, it wasn't for you. Yeah, I know that a lot of people complain about needing to open the wiki and have the wiki up the whole time they're playing to get anything figured out. It looks very complicated. Anyway, there we go. To be fair, that's how I play Stardew Valley too. But Stardew Valley has a little bit less getting swarmed by monsters. It still has a lot of it, but a little less. Only in the mines will I get swarmed by monsters and die. Music is a bit louder than my voice. Oh yeah, this track was a little loud, so I can lower this track. Yeah, I don't know why it did that, but thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. Hopefully that sounds a little better. I hate it when the background music gets louder than my voice and no one tells me. You guys are all seemingly immune to taking audio damage. If I'm watching a video or even my own VOD back and the background music is louder than my voice, I take psychic damage immediately. I'm like, ah! So yeah, I really appreciate it whenever the background music is too loud compared to my voice. I really appreciate it when you guys let me know. It helps me a ton. And there's another sand shrew. You were focusing on doodling. No, that's fair, that's fair. I don't expect you guys to drop everything just to let me know, but if you notice it, it helps me a lot if you let me know. You only managed to do expert mode on multiplayer. Scary. Scary stuff. Made the femboy drink. I wouldn't mind a nice drink right now. I've just got some water. Brandy's being a responsible boy and drinking some water. But for breakfast, I had sour orange juice, so I was not a responsible boy. Gligar. What do you guys think when I eventually find the shiny for this? What do you guys expect to see? Odds are 50% Sandshrew, 35% Gligar, 15% Trapinch. But what do you think will show up? You think it'll be Sandshrew? I'm hoping it's not. Sandshrew makes me much less excited than the other two. Trapinch. Trapinch would be really cool. Sandshrew. Gligar. Yeah, when I planned this hunt, Gligar was my most wanted, I think that's still the case, but I would be very happy with Trapinch. I was much more excited about getting Sandshrew until last week when I accidentally found a random shiny Sandslash. Shiny Trapinch looks so good in this game, as does Gligar. I don't think I've seen them. Well, I know I have, but like off the top of my head, I can't remember what they look like in this game specifically. I know I've seen them because I've watched a video doing this exact hunt, and he got all three of them. He was also hunting on like 15 GameCubes though, so his was a lot faster. But off the top of my head, I can't remember what they look like. Trapinch is deep green and Gligar's neon blue. Wait, what was that one? Was that Sandshrew? Did you guys see what that one just was? Here, I'll pull up the replay for myself. I think that one was Sandshrew, but let me double check. Okay, yeah, it looks like that was Sandshrew. You're not paying attention. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I can double check. 15 GameCubes, you thought having 3 Wiis was excessive? I mean, I say 15 GameCubes. He actually has more Wiis than GameCubes. I don't remember what his current setup is, but... yeah, no worries. I can check myself. But thank you, Brisk. Yeah, I know he's got a lot of, like, Japanese consoles. I could probably pull up what his current setup is. Also, there's another trap inch. Let's go. 19 trap inches isn't bad. I'm in his Discord server, so let me see the most recent picture he posted of his setup. Oh wow, the last one that he posted was... Huh, I'm surprised he hasn't posted it more recently. It might be in, he might have DM'd it to me, actually. There it is. Yeah, I can... He's got, in this picture that he sent me, 5 Wiis... No, 6 Wiis... And... 6 Wiis, 6 GameCubes, and there's also multiple DSs in this picture. He might have more, but at the very least, he's got 12 consoles here. Quite a lot, quite a lot. There we go. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, even if I set up, I technically could do a multi-hunt right now on the GameCube and the GameCube and the Wii, but I don't have a second copy of I don't have a second copy of XD Gale of Darkness for us to use. And I know he actually uses his Wiis are modded so that he can like copy the save file over and just play it off the same save file. But I'm doing mine like just off the disc, so I'm not tech savvy enough to set up something like that. But it is technically possible to just clone your save file and do it all off the same save file, but I wouldn't know how to do that. Also, how long have we been on this Terraria music? Uh-oh. Yeah, we had the Terraria music going for a while, so... Thank you for the music request, Super Plush Lord. And there's a trap inch, let's go. Yeah, like, I wanted Gligar the most because I would probably use Gligar the most, but I can't deny that having a Orre Flygon would have an insane amount of aura. What ball would I catch Flygon in? Shiny Flygon, ideally, I'd probably catch it in a Quick Ball, but Quick Ball doesn't exist in this game, so... What are our Pokeball options? You can't go wrong with a Premier Ball for sure. Nest Ball would be kind of cool. Dive Ball is what I got for Gligar. Yeah, of these Pokeballs, which one do we think would fit best for Flygon? I'm thinking either the Dive Ball or the Premier Ball. Or maybe Nest Ball. You were thinking Nest? Yeah, I think Nest matches it the best color-wise, but I think the other ones would have a little more aura, but... Oh, dang it. I once again forgot to actually check what the Pokemon was. Let me clip that and double check. I think it was Sandshrew. It was. Okay, cool. That's the problem. I'm getting too yappy. I need to lock in and focus on what I'm looking at. Yeah, Quick would be ideal. I think Quick Ball plus Flygon looks really cool together. But sadly, Quick Ball was introduced in Generation 4. It was not a Gen 3 Pokeball, so not an option. But I think that a Orre Trapinch with the ribbon from the Mount Battle would have an insane amount of aura when I send that out. When we get Mega Flygon in 2042. Trying to think of what other Pokeballs would go cool with it. Would any of the Johto balls match? I mean, obviously the Johto balls aren't on the table here, but if they were, hypothetically, would any of them look good with it? I want to say no, not really. Shiny Flygon turns like... It's like pretty similar to what its base colors are, right? It's just like it gets blue. Let me pull it up. Oh my god, wait. This track is called Fossil Hunt from Dino Master. I've never heard of this game, but what do you mean there was a track for my Fossil Hunt that I could have used? Yeah, here's Shiny Flygon. It's got this like orange and blue, but it's still got that green coloration. Yeah, it's a great shiny. Show Trapinch from XD. Is XD Trapinch different from this one? Oh, there we go. Funny enough, if you look up Shiny Trapinch Pokemon XD, the second one is the second result is from Clock, who has all the Wiis and GameCubes. Yeah, it's more of a what is that? That's like a jade. Huh. That's like a jade coloration, huh? If I weren't gonna evolve it, I probably would name it after Jade or something. Looks like a little jade figurine that's been carved. Very cool looking. Yeah, let me think. What other Pokeballs might match it? Would match Flygon. The weird Pokeball from Pokemon in like Scarlet, for when you transfer a Pokemon from Legends Arceus, would fit really well. Let me think. Love Ball, no. Friend Ball, maybe. It wouldn't be an exact match, but I could see Friend Ball working pretty well. Lure Ball, no. Fast Ball, no. Level Ball. Level Ball might be kind of cool, just on the fact that the Level Ball is kind of cool, but it doesn't particularly match. Heavy Ball might be kind of cool. Again, it doesn't really match, but the Heavy Ball is just kind of cool. What else is there? There's another Gligar. I feel like I'm forgetting one of the Johto Pokeballs, but I'm probably not. Oh, Moonball. Yeah, Moonball doesn't fit it at all. Yeah, I think Quick Ball just matches it the best. And then either Dive or Premier Ball. Which one would I prefer? This is all hypothetical because we're probably getting a Sandshrew here. I kind of feel like a Premier Ball would just fit the best. Premier Ball probably fits better than Dive Ball. Like, you can't go wrong with the Premier Ball. Meanwhile, if I get Sandshrew, I probably keep it as Sandshrew, and I just put it in a Nest Ball. Also, I forgot. Let me double check. I need to pay attention to the encounters better. It was Sandshrew. Okay. I feel like when I forget to check, it's usually Sandshrew, but yeah, Sandshrew I probably just put in a Nest Ball, and then Gligar will go in a Dive Ball, but come on, reset. There you go. For the other Pokespots, Masquerain would probably get a Net Ball. Hoppip. There's no Heal Ball in Gen 3, right? Hoppip probably just gets a Premier Ball then. And Phanpy gets... probably Premier Ball or Ultra Ball. And then for Cave Pokespot, Wooper probably gets a Dive Ball. Aeron gets maybe a Timer Ball or a Premier Ball. And then Zubat gets... Probably Premier Ball. Like I said, you can't really go wrong with Premier Ball. Premier Ball is always pretty clean. Another Gligar. This is Ravio's theme from Link Between Worlds. I wouldn't mind playing that on stream at some point. A Link Between Worlds is my second favorite Zelda game. I don't think it lends itself well to a randomizer, but it is a very cool game. Yeah, this is the bunny guy from Link Between Worlds. That is correct. Link Between Worlds is so good, though. I like it a lot because I think it hits the perfect blend between the traditional Zelda games and what they were going for with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. With the open world approach. It hits such a good mix because it's the traditional Zelda formula, but you can go to the dungeons in whatever order you want. For the most part. But you have that freedom. But it has actual dungeons. What a concept. Tears of the Kingdom's dungeons weren't... You know, two of them were okay. One of them was terrible, and the other one was not great, but... Tears of the Kingdom, they at least tried a little harder on the dungeons. You hated the baseball minigame? Fair. That one is hard. Oh, thank you for the snack time, Brisk. I will, for snack, I will have the second fruit roll-up from yesterday, since those come 2 in a pack. But thank you, thank you. Your father once told you that Gollum was once a handsome young man who was robbed of his youth and energy by putting on a ring. A Learfire emblem when he finds the emblem ring that has freaking Medius in it. Hi Jackie, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening. What's up? We're just shiny hunting in XD Gale of Darkness here. Should you finish Tears of the Kingdom? I think it was okay. It wasn't like, I didn't love it. It wasn't like revolutionary to me. Like, I get, like, on a technical level, I know that the game was impressive. But from like a gameplay perspective, I thought it was just okay, but mostly vibing. Nice. And I will have my fruit roll up in a second here. Thank you again for the snack redeem, Brisk. Sandshrew. What do I think of your joke? See, I've never even been on a date, so I get the joke, but I can't speak as to the realness of it. 'Cause I feel unqualified to speak as someone who's never even been on a date, let alone been married. Brandy's too much of a loser. He doesn't get dates. Unless I go to the grocery store and pick him up. Have you ever had dates? They're okay. They're not an amazing fruit, but they're all right. Sandshrew again. Oh, that is a funny number of Sandshrew. Let's go. All right, there we go. Sorry, I was eating the snack redeem. Fruit roll up. What did you miss? Just me yapping about Pokeballs more. I was just yapping about different Pokeballs. Yeah, we got the Animal Crossing GameCube music. The GOAT. GameCube Animal Crossing was my first Animal Crossing, so I definitely have the most nostalgia for that soundtrack. Another Gligar. Fun stuff, fun stuff. I didn't know Skylanders even came out while the Xbox 360 was still a thing, to be honest. I don't follow Xbox at all. I've never followed it. Even when I had an Xbox, we got it for Crimbus. We got one for Crimbus one year. And it red ringed like a week later. Oh, Munchlax. I actually forgot we could find Munchlax. That is 8 Munchlaxes. We are like way under odds on how many Munchlaxes we've been seeing, which again is good. I'm fine with that. We don't want to see Munchlax. It's actually a bad thing, but we had gone so long since we saw one that I actually forgot it was a thing. Only Animal Crossing games you played and enjoyed was New Horizons. Got annoyed with New Leaf. That's crazy. New Leaf is like, according to most people would probably agree that New Leaf is like the fan favorite. Let me see. There's a Gligar. Yeah, I know Sonic 06 was 360 and PS3. And that's why, like, in my head, like, Toys to Life started coming out, like, 2010 plus, right? So in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, the 360 was done by then, but I guess not. But again, I'm not an Xbox boy, so I don't know what's going on over there. As they say, ignorance is bliss, so I don't want to know what's going on in Xbox land. Trapinch, Trapinch! I'm a Nintendo boy. The only reason I even have a PS2 is because I really wanted to play Dragon Quest VIII. And it was great. It is a great game. Probably not worth a PS2 alone, but that is the only reason I have one, is because I really wanted to play Dragon Quest VIII. Brother has the Japanese versions of the first Animal Crossing, but not the US version. Never played single Animal Crossing. I'm surprised you didn't at least play it on the Wii. The Wii Animal Crossing is my least liked, but it was still fine. I just didn't like City Folk on count of how similar it was to Wild World. I was expecting more out of Wild World, but on the Wii. I expected like more cool upgrades than we actually got. Yeah, New Horizons is getting an update next month. I was thinking maybe we do some messing around with that on stream. Maybe make a little cottage core island in the dream world or something. I thought that might be fun. Munchlax again. No, get out. We don't want Munchlax. City Folk didn't do too well. It's because they didn't do enough with it. I like to complain about City Folk. Sasha, my beloved. Yeah, Sasha is my beloved. My most viewed video on YouTube is, or at least it was, I don't know if it still is. I can pull it up. My most viewed video on YouTube was my Sasha video for Animal Crossing. Let me see. Is that still the case? Oh no, I want filter by views. How do I do this? There we go. Oh no, it got surpassed, I guess. Okay. Now my current most viewed video is getting a perfect IV Ditto in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That one's at 30,000 views. And then the Great Sasha Hunt is at 21,000 views. That's my second most viewed. Or no, my third most viewed, rather. For some reason, my second most viewed video is me reacting to the Crown Tundra news, which also had that music video in it that everyone else lost their mind over, and I just thought was okay. But yeah, the Sasha Hunt has 21,000 views, so that one was very popular. Let me see. You randomly decided to watch my Sasha Hunt video? I had a lot of fun editing that one, and that was before I had a capture card, so the Sasha one was entirely recorded using the Switch's screen capture feature, which took me forever to edit, but it was very fun to do. It was the Switch's screen capture feature and recording myself on my phone for the audio. It was quite a mess to edit. You don't like the lazy ones? I like the lazy ones a lot. I don't like their New Horizons iteration as much, though. Lazy villagers are at their worst in New Horizons, like many things in the series. Gligar. Lazy is your favorite male personality. My favorite is the smug villagers, but then Lazy is second favorite. Julian is good. I don't think I've ever gotten Julian. Bob is like the most well-liked, I think, overall for male villagers. I don't care for him personally. He's just like kind of okay. He's very basic. I know a lot of people like that, but I just find him a little boring. Stitches is super cute. I have Stitches in my town. There's another Sandshrew. You hate the 30-second limit? Yeah, that's fair. It was quite a pain to work around. It worked all right for that particular video because it was just, all I did was after I encountered a villager, if they were interesting, I hit record on it, and I would stop the recording of my audio. What I did for the audio was when I booted up the plane, I would start a recording, and then I only saved the ones that I thought were interesting. But it was still a lot to organize. Trap-inch, trap-inch, trap-inch. Yeah, New Horizons dialogue is very repetitive. It's one of the worst aspects of New Horizons. Also, it's ticket time. Who wants a ticket? Who wants a bonus ticket? They used most of the dialogue budget for dialogue. Yeah, all the dialogue went into the museum for some reason, and I don't know why. It's so weird. No one's going into the museum that much, dude. A crumb of dialogue for the actual gameplay, please. Let's see. Alright, so Super Plush Lord and Brisk. Thoughts on Coco? Coco's pretty cool. Not my favorite. Let me see. So Brisk is at 26 tickets. Plush Lord at 26. Coco freaks you out. Ticket for Joe. Let me add one for Joe. Joe is at 23 tickets. Mel wants a ticket. Let me add one for Mel. Mel is at 10 tickets. Congratulations for joining double digits. Coco's one of your favorites. Bunny, Sasha top tier, but definitely top 10. Fair enough, fair enough. Also, let me reset our ticket time. There we go. Doing line art. Hang in there. Line art's rough. I struggle with line art. It's even harder now because... Oh, hi Togi. Hi Togi. Okay, it was Sandshrew. Had to wait for the camera to pan over so I could double check who we encountered this time. But look, there's our little shiny toga tick. And there he is in battle for once. Look at him flapping his little arms. My little guy. I got distracted. What was I saying? Oh, right, line art. I struggle with it, and it's even harder now because on the tablet, it actually registers, like, the line weight actually functions properly, unlike it did on my phone. So now I have to, like, pay attention to line weight as well. And that causes a lot of issues, but hopefully my art is still coming out okay. Oh, I didn't want to go this way. Oopsie. As much as you like rabbits, you don't think you like any of them in AC. Oh no, sad. I love Sasha. Coco's ears are the only ones that don't wobble. Let's go, Pikmin. Yeah, this is Pikmin music. You wouldn't guess it, but it's Pikmin music. Shift started 20 minutes ago. Only got 2 so far. Hang in there, Brisk. Mira? Which one's Mira? I don't remember Mira off the top of my head. I guess I can just look it up. Oh, Mira. Yeah, she is not a character I would like. I don't like those superhero ones. I don't like any of the superhero ones. Big Top in particular is my nemesis. Big Top would not leave my town. Gligar. I think the others are just not super duper cute. Ruby's the only one you like rabbit-wise. I like a lot of the rabbits. I can't remember them all off the top of my head, but I like a lot of them. 1946 romance movie with femboys. Everything would be improved if we had more femboys, I think. God, I want to be femboy so bad. Alas, my waist is not cute enough. Saying true again. Oh, thank you, Brisk. You saw 4 femboys? I've never seen a femboy where I live. I'm sad. This is still Pikmin music, by the way. I can't wait to play Pikmin next month. I've been planning this Pikmin project for two months. Watched a movie with your parents. I hope you had a fun time, Morph. There's a Trapinch. Also, you're still in time, Morph. Do you want your bonus ticket for the most recent Lotto Frenzy? Oh, jeez. Chat's scrolling fast for once. Tend to be non-binary, trans femme, rather than a femboy. Ah. The bunny shirt. The bunny shirt do be cute. Miss your cat. Oh no. Miss Kitty. Oh no, you're talking about Meowstick. I thought you meant your aunt's cat that you were or you were cat sitting for. Let me see. And let me see. Morph did want a bonus ticket, so let me add that for you. Morph is at 18. Congratulations. Oh, let me change the counter back. Counter. Which Pikmin game was that from? That was from Pikmin 4. Yeah, next month we are planning to do Pikmin 1 on stream for a particular project, and then after that we might do Pikmin 2 in like the spring or so. I haven't played Pikmin 2 in a long time. It's my personal least favorite of the four mainline games. It's still good, but it is just my least favorite, so we'll see. Pikmin. I used to know someone who could do like the exact voice from the Pikmin startup screen. The exact sound effect. It was weird. That was another Trapinch. Haven't ever played or watched Pikmin. Pikmin is so cool. It's very niche. I get why it's not for everyone, but I love Pikmin so much. Strict time limit stresses you out. See, I'm the opposite. I'm like the only person who's like, Pikmin was at its best when it had the strict time limit. And the thing is, the time limit is not even that strict in Pikmin 1. It is, you have 30 in-game days to beat it. Usually, even if you're like a new player, you will be done by 25 days. If you're new and you're at least like even decent at that kind of gameplay, you'll probably done by like 20 days. And if you've played it more than once, you probably end around the 15-day mark. And I did, for the first time, I tried speedrunning the Switch version like a week ago, and I got a 10-day run, and it should have been 9 days. I just accidentally messed up, and I forgot to pick up one part, so I had to go back for it, and that took an entire extra day. But I had time to pick it up, so it should have been a 9-day run, and that felt really cool. It's so cool being able to like optimize your runs and get it faster and faster. But I feel like the newer games are like after that, like because there's no time limit, it doesn't feel like there's as much incentive to go fast and like work on optimizing things. Obviously you can do an actual speed run for that, but it was just always satisfying, even as a kid, to see your time go down. Like, be like, oh, I got it a day faster. I'm improving. I did better this time. But I know a lot of people don't like that, and that's why they got rid of it, and it makes me sad, but your brother had to do Phosphat for you. Fair enough, fair enough. Phosphat is Phosphat can be kind of tricky. What's interesting with Pikmin 2 or Pikmin 3, I've only done 3 twice. But the first time I played it, it was like fairly easy and I didn't struggle much. But then I played it a second time like a year later and I was struggling way more. And I don't know why. Like, by all accounts, I should have done way better, but I was like struggling more on my second playthrough and I don't know why. Even though I had like prior knowledge of what to do. It might have been that the prior knowledge, I was trying to go too fast. And so I was just being careless and sloppy because I was trying to go fast because I was like, okay, I know what to do now. And I just wasn't able to keep up with what I wanted to execute. Plasm Wraith was easier than the Phosphat. I struggled the most with Plasm Wraith on my second playthrough. That was the enemy that gave me the most trouble, was Plasm Wraith on the second playthrough. On the first playthrough, it was no problem. But on second playthrough, I was struggling hard, and I was like, oh my god, why is this so bad? With that said, Plasm Wraith is easily my least favorite of the final bosses in the Pikmin series. If I got to delete one, I would delete the Plasm Wraith for sure. Saint Shrew again. Yippee. Brother was stuck on the Olimar escort from days 30 to 65. Oh my god. That's so many. I always do that section. I mean, I've only done it twice, but both times I did it in 2 days. I did the first half on day 1. Actually, it was more like the first 2/3 on day 1. And then day 2 was the second third, or the final third. the thirds, and then the actual fight. Just realized I have a song rec that can enjoy because it's an instrumental. Sure. Let me add that sand shrew. There we go. 78 sand shrews. Sonic music count if it's an instrumental version? It should be fine. Not if it's from like the movie. If it's a movie track, then I'll probably get in trouble for it. Movie studios tend to be like super protective. Same with anime studios. But if it's from the game, even if it's like a track that normally has lyrics, it'll probably be fine. I'm willing to take the risk if it's from a game, but... Munchlax again, wow. I forgot this guy existed. It's so funny, Munchlax is set up to be the antagonist of this, but I keep forgetting he exists. There's our 10th Munchlax. We should have had 10, like, 50 checks ago. Alright, let me add this. Thank you for the music request, Mel. Let me add that in real quick. Boop. Hello? Do you want to paste and search? There we go. There we go. Thank you, Mel. Kept getting caught by the Wraith and never went back days. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know how much the average person would struggle with, like, the Plasm Wraith. Like, I have to remember, I have to remind myself that my concept of, like, my concept is very skewed because I started playing Pikmin when I was, like, 7. So, like, I feel like I'm actually, like, really good at, like, the kind of gameplay that Pikmin demands of you. And the thing is, I'm not even that good compared to, like, top-level speedrunners. The world record for Pikmin 1 on the Switch version, which does have some changes from the GameCube version, the current world record for that is, like, 45 minutes. It's actually insane. My run was, like, 2-ish hours. It was, like, between 2 and 2.5 hours. I don't know exactly because I did a little resetting because I was just learning the speedrun route. So I had to reset a little bit, so it was probably closer to 2 hours, but I have to remind myself that not everyone, like, grew up with Pikmin and is, like, just, like, actually pretty good at it. So, like, something that I'm like, oh yeah, that's an easy 2 days. Other people are like, oh no, that took me like 10 days. Yeah, I hope you guys look forward to the Pikmin thing that I've got planned. It's gonna be a little weird. It's gonna be a little wacky, but it won't be the best showcase of my Pikmin abilities, which is why I'm also thinking of eventually doing on-stream Pikmin speedruns and try and get, like, on the leaderboard. I mean, I could get on the leaderboard with my current time, but I think it'd be really cool if I could get, like, a sub 130 and post it to speedrun.com. Grind that out on stream for a few days. You love whatever makes friends happy. Yeah, I freaking love Pikmin. It's been very cool seeing it slowly grow after Pikmin 4. I really hope we get Pikmin 5 like this decade. It was a painful wait for Pikmin 4. Yeah, I know it's not something that everyone would enjoy, but I hope even if you're just watching it and you don't have to deal with the stress directly, if you guys can enjoy it vicariously through me, that would make me very happy. Because it's a series that I very much care for deeply. And I do think that is where I got my, like, ability to, like, juggle multiple things, like, pretty decently. I'm not by any means the most efficient multitasker or anything like that. I don't have the best planning capabilities. But what skills I do have, I think, came in large part due to Pikmin. Silver's all you care for from Sonic 06. I have watched playthroughs of Sonic 06. It's an interesting game. Very mixed. There's some cool stuff in there, but it is interesting watching Sonic just fall through the ground sometimes. Let's see, there's another Trapinch. I just can't get over why did they make the girl human? Why did they make the girl who's supposed to have tender romantic feelings for Sonic into a human? That's my question regarding that game. Odd choice, personally. The other thing I never understood about Sonic, and this also applies to Mario Odyssey, why are there like Eggman is like a stylized human, but then they've also got like actual human, like human proportion humans. And it's the same thing in Mario Odyssey. You've got Mario, and then you've got like realistic looking people, and I'm like, why? why is this? Why did we do this? Anyway, Sandshrew again. Thank you for the music redeem, Mel. I actually liked that track. The instrumental is nice. It reminds me of Jack Atlas's theme. It's not even like similar, but that's what it reminds me of. Now I want Jack Atlas Duel Link theme. His Duel Link theme is not as good as his anime theme, but I can't play the anime theme without getting in trouble, so I'll play the Duel Link's theme. Actually, his Duel Link theme is still pretty good. It's a queer breakup song? I think queer people should not have to break up. Eggman just looks like that. You still don't understand why people hate Elise? I don't hate her or anything. I mean, I'm not in the Sonic fandom enough to have... Well, I'm not in the Sonic fandom. I can end that statement right there, but I'm not invested enough in Sonic 06 to hate anyone. But when I watched playthroughs of her, I thought she was fine. I was just weirded out, like, why is she a human? Why did they decide this? Anyway, Gligar. Add him to the list. 51 Gligars. Make me a Sonic Sona sometime. What would I be if I were in Sonic? I don't think Brandy's hedgehog coded. I don't think I'd be a hedgehog. I did have one time I was in a Discord server and someone was just like assigning everyone in the server a persona, and they were like, Brandy, you are a bunny. I was like state mandated assigned bunny persona. Bird, like a dove. Brandy the dove. Columbina coded, let's go. Guys, I can't wait for next month. We get to pull for Columbina and Genshin. I've been waiting like 4 months for her. I was not interested until we started the Archon quest, and I was like, oh my god, actually, I love her. Her personality's insane. I love her. And now I need to get her. Columbina hyposelenia. I will pull her. You like the SpongeBob Sona? There we go, another Gligar. There we go. Yeah, I was just never a big SpongeBob kid. My brothers liked SpongeBob a lot. They called me Squidward because I was always annoyed and grumpy as a kid. My child personality is much less mellow than my current personality. I mellowed out over time. Trapinch. 30 Trapinches, let's go. You have 2 drink ideas? What are the drink ideas? Trap or saying true. I gotta be careful when I say that. If I accidentally say the wrong Pokemon, I will write down the wrong Pokemon. I looked at that, I saw Sandshrew, and my brain registered Sandshrew, but I almost said Trapinch. And if I had said Trapinch and not corrected myself, I would have added Trapinch to the counter. I gotta be careful. That one sounds intense. Blood Orange and Tiger's Blood just sound like very powerful. I don't know if the flavors actually are strong or not, but they sound intense. And there's another Trapinch. There we go. Of course, you guys know I love the sour powder. I'm actually insanely surprised because the sour powder that Dreamy got me for my birthday is still not even halfway used, but I use it like very frequently. I don't use it every single day, but I use it like 5 out of 7 days. So the fact I still have like half the container, more than half the container, is insane. Sandshrew. Saying true again. What are we up to? If I were better at counting, I could tally this up in my head, but I need to pull out the calculator. Let me see. 85, 52, 31. $168. Okay. We're getting there. It's a little on the slow side, but, you know, this isn't nearly as bad as the Togetic hunt was. Yeah, I'm not anticipating getting this anytime soon. But, you know, we'll see. How fast we get this will maybe determine whether or not I decide to hunt the other two. Because if I get it, like, super early... Since this is supposed to pad out the time before I release the XD video, then I probably do add the other ones to the hunt list. Need to make a drink for the NBs. Someone needs to come give Brandy a makeover. Make me cute. Make me cute. You're dancing to this song at work. This is Electroplankton from Smash Bros. Ultimate. Sandshrew. Borrow your clothes and hair ties. I've got a lot of hair ties actually. I bought some new ones recently. I'm like fine on hair ties. I bought hold on, I will check. I will get up and I will check. Okay, yeah, as I thought, where's the game screen? Where'd the capture go? That's weird. Did anyone see what happened with the screen? Let me try it again. Let me reboot the program. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it just disappeared for some reason. There we go. That was odd. But, yeah, I picked up... It was like 100 hair ties for like $3. It was like $3 or $5, something like that. Maybe it was $6, I don't know. But I got like 100 hair ties. And it came in packs of 33, so it was 3 packs of 33. And then like one of them had 34, I guess, but... Also, here's more Pikmin music. Trapinch. And borrow your clothes. I don't know if I would look good in it though. Seems like every time I try and dress up nice, it doesn't look good on me. I only look okay in t-shirts. Sad. I mean, I have had guys say that I look good with nothing on. Ayo. Saying true again. Yeah, it's funny with the Sandshrews. They're the most common Pokemon, but we haven't seen as many as we're supposed to have, which is kind of funny. We're actually behind on the number of Sandshrews we've encountered. Speaking of, there's another Sandshrew. 90 of them. We're actually over the number of Trapinch we're supposed to have found recently. We're behind on Gligar and Sandshrew. Hi Unknown, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. What's up? Sandshrew again, yippee. Our favorite. What's the adventure today? We're shiny hunting at the Pokespot in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. We're just trying to find one of these wild Pokemon as a shiny, and the options are Sandshrew, which is a 50% chance, Trapinch, which is a 15% chance, and Gligar, which is 35% chance. And there's also a 10% chance for Munchlax to show up and ruin everything. But funny enough, we haven't seen that many Munchlaxes. We're actually at like 5% Munchlax odds. But how are you doing, Unknown? I hope you're doing all right. Hope you're having a good day. We're talking about giving Brandy a makeover. No one's getting brisket for Crimbus? I would love a Crimbus brisket. That sounds so good. Sandshrew again. Got work tomorrow, so you're just in bed. Fair enough. I hope you can get some good rest. And I hope you have a good time at work tomorrow. I mean, like, relatively speaking. I know work isn't fun, but I hope your time at work is okay, at least. Got your clothes out for work? Oh, it's chilly in my room all of a sudden. There's a Gligar. Add it to the list. Add it to the list. If I had the DoorDash app, I would be very tempted right now to order a brisket sandwich. I don't understand how DoorDash works, though, and it's for the best that I don't. I think that is a dangerous power to have. Where's this music from? Minecraft. Apparently. I would never have guessed Minecraft, but apparently it is. Ooh, we're approaching 100 Sandshrew. Barely played any version past 1.12. You don't think this music exists in that version? Yeah, I don't know anything about Minecraft. I've tried to play it on stream and I got physically ill. After like... how long was it? Maybe like 40 minutes or so? I started to get like very motion sick. And I had to quit. It didn't go well. Minecraft scares you? Why does it scare you? I would play it if it didn't make me sick. I was really excited to try it. But it just, it hurts Brandy's tummy and my head. The noises of the creatures, ah. Kujiraku. Dark Mist. This music reminds me of Tales of Symphonia. Which is a good thing, that's a compliment. Tales of Symphonia, my goat. We'll play it on stream eventually. Problem with Tales of Symphonia is I have to book a lot of time for that one. That's a pretty lengthy game. I think the fastest I've ever cleared that game is like 80 hours. That's because I 100% it, though. Or I like, do everything in a playthrough, but... if I skipped all that, it'd probably be like 60 hours, but... always play with keep inventory or peaceful because items despawn way too fast. Yeah, I kept losing my items, which was not helping. Have headphones so hearing it's too close freaks you out. Makes sense, makes sense. You're not good with horror. I just, like, for the most part, most horror games just kind of don't interest me. A lot of the time, I'm just kind of like, eh. There are exceptions, though. In Resident Evil 4, I was like fine until the regenerator showed up, and then it was like just bad. Brandy was having a hard time with those. They freaked me out a lot. Okay, it was Sandshrew. Just had to double check. I was pretty sure. Speaking of, isn't the new Resident Evil game coming out on Switch the same time as other consoles? I think they announced that at the Game Awards. Should I play that Resident Evil game on stream? I don't know about that. It'd be an option though. Sandshrew again. Okie dokie. I've got too many games I want to play though. I got a big list. Big list. I want to play Xenoblade Chronicles on stream. Oh, architect, I should have been your chosen one. And 15 minutes until the next ticket frenzy. Browse through a VOD to see a sweet Brandy moment turned into a sus tangent. What? That would never happen. That would never happen. Let me double check this one. I'm pretty sure it was Sandshrew. Okay, I thought so. You are bad for saying that. That's a naughty word. You can't say that. I might have to add that to the list of actually banned words. You guys keep saying that. Oh, Munchlax again. Been a while since we saw Munchlax. I seriously do keep forgetting that Munchlax is in here. We're seeing less Munchlaxes than we're supposed to. Which is fine. I don't mind that. I don't want to see Munchlax. He's bad. He's a menace for the environment. That's why on the thumbnail for these VODs, I can pull it up. The thumbnail, Munchlax is stealing the Poke Snacks because Munchlax is the menace. Munchlax is the villain of the story. In fact, like I said, I've been planning this forever. That's why on the where is it? Here it is. The XD Gale of Darkness promo image. Munchlax is on there as one of the villains. That's why Munchlax was included. And nobody even questioned why I included Munchlax on the promo image. It was because I was always planning this this shiny hunt. What's this Xenoblade music? This is from Silk Song, but it sounds like Xenoblade. That's a compliment, by the way. I like Xenoblade. Munchlax is so real. No, Munchlax is a villain. Munchlax is evil. It's taking all my food. On that note, what am I gonna have for dinner tonight? Guys, would it be bad if I got a pizza? Like, genuinely, I'm so tempted to get a pizza. You ate half a pizza yourself yesterday? God, I'm jealous. I'm like unironically tempted to walk down and pick up a pizza. That's so irresponsible. I shouldn't do it. But I'm so tempted. No, I want to pick it up in person. So I'd have to do Domino's or Blackjack or Papa John's. I want to do it in person so I don't have to pay a delivery fee. Papa John's, beloved. So true, thank you. Everyone always clowns on Papa John's. I love Papa John's. That's my favorite. They have my favorite crust. Because their crust is soft and doesn't hurt my teeth. I mean, I say it hurts my teeth. It's not that serious, but I prefer a softer crust. Also, there's another Munchlax. Interesting. Jump scared. I was not expecting to see another code in the in this playlist. This playlist, for context, is music that Bugs would like. Wasn't expecting to see another code in there. We listened to some another code earlier, though. Order online to pick up in person. Ooh, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I've just been too lazy to go grocery shopping lately. I need to go pick up curry ingredients. People don't like Papa John's. I see people clown on Papa John's the most of the pizza places that are like big chains. I always liked them. Well, actually, that's not true. I didn't always like them. I started liking them in right after I graduated high school because I had a friend who worked there. And so when I ordered, they actually sent my friend to deliver it. Trapinch again, let's go. I'm just saying, shiny Trapinch from Orre would go crazy hard. Pizza Hut is good if you get the sweet sauce rather than normal. Domino's is a choice. Domino's is a choice if you don't have a lot of money. But even they're not that cheap nowadays. We used to get Domino's because it was in my school cafeteria in high school. We had a Domino's and they were pretty cheap, so I ate there a decent amount, but like I didn't think their pizza was especially good. Little Caesars is cheaper and better than Domino's in my opinion, but we don't have a Little Caesars near us, so. Oh. Hello Raiders, and thank you so much for the raid, Cirrus. Welcome in. How are you guys doing? Hope you guys are having a good evening. How's your stream? Hello Uber, hello Cirrus. Welcome guys. How are you guys? We're just talking about pizza. Lexi's pizza, pricey, but they had amazing pizza. It was only a small size. Yeah, we had one called Garlic Knot next to us, and I always got a calzone from them, but they're still technically in the area, but they're not like near us anymore. They closed down the location near us. Large pizza, smaller than it was in 2018. I wouldn't doubt it. Let me see. Gligar up to 57. Yeah, we are just for raiders, we are just shiny hunting in Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Our options are Trapinch, Gligar, or Sandshrew, and it's gonna be totally random. We don't know what we're gonna get, but we're just doing checks on that. So nothing too crazy, we're just chatting about pizza while we do that. Heavy olive with specific cheese and Alfredo sauce. I don't like Alfredo sauce on pizza, but my mom does, because she doesn't like tomatoes. My mom doesn't like anything with tomatoes on it. So no ketchup, no spaghetti, no pizza. So she gets the Alfredo sauce pizza, but Alfredo sauce on pizza is very weird. I can't do it. Little Caesars for if you go to a friend's house for sleepover and get crazy bread. That's actually where I usually ate it. I'd go to a friend's house and not even for sleepover, actually, just like go over to visit for the afternoon. We'd play Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, and his parents would pick up Little Caesars, or her parents rather. My apologies. Dad doesn't like tomatoes but likes tomato sauce. Yeah, like my younger brother didn't like cheese as a kid, but was fine with it on pizza specifically. Anyone else eat pizza without sauce? Yeah, my mom will do pizza with no sauce before she'll do pizza with tomato sauce. I don't understand it, but I'm also someone who loves tomatoes though, so you get light cheese. Like if I did it with no sauce whatsoever, I feel like it would be too dry. I know the cheese is there, but I feel like the crust would be too overpowering, but and that was another Sandshrew. There we go. 103. Ooh, next one is 104. That's a lucky number. Oh, more Silk Song music. One day maybe we'll play Silk Song. I still think about going back and playing more Hollow Knight. It was so funny because I complained about it the whole time. Well, I complained about like the backtracking it made me do. But by the end, when I had all the upgrades, it suddenly felt really good to play. And then I was like, oh man, well, now we're done, so it's sad. Hello, Carlo Ghost. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good evening. What's up? Pizza with crushed peppers. I don't always get the crushed peppers, but it is good. As someone who can't handle too much spicy, I like the crushed peppers. Never ate a pizza with sauce to compare, though. You've never had pizza with sauce? That's crazy. Do you just not like tomatoes? Oh, let's go. More Pikmin music. I'm telling you guys, next month, Pikmin. Even if I can't work on the video right away, next month is Pikmin. It was gonna be in November, but I pushed it back slightly. Busy with life stuff. Yeah, that's fair. I'm also supposed to be busy with life stuff, but I'm delaying it because I don't want to do it. Gligar, let's go. Reset. Yeah, we are just shiny hunting at the Rock Pokespot, hoping to get Trapinch or Gligar as a shiny. Got your grades finalized. Oh, nice. You only failed one class. Oh, I'm sorry. That's sad. Get him next time. Get him next time. Crust drizzled with olive oil, spinach, thin sliced tomatoes, Kalamata olives. What's Kalamata olive? I feel like I've asked you this before, but I can't remember. Are Kalamata olives green olives? There we go. There's another Munchlax. Yay. I didn't get to finish reading that. Minced garlic, crumbled feta, olive oil. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Aside from the potentially green olives. Oh no, purple olives. All right, purple olives are probably fine. That sounds pretty good. I would definitely need like at least some pepperoni on it or something. I know you don't eat meat, but if I don't have meat, I like, even if I have like some other kind of protein on it without meat, like I get very hungry. The other night for dinner, I had just mushroom pasta with spinach, and it was really good, but I was like starving afterwards. I was like, oh my god, I'm still so hungry. Even though the mushroom should have filled me up, I was still like just ravenous afterwards. I was like, oh my god. Brother likes ketchup but also hates tomato sauce. College algebra. You know what? That makes sense. That's fair. Very valid. Math is hard. Math is hard. I do not like math. Let's see. Be fine with meatless pizza. Oh, Munchlax again. Interesting. 2 Munchlaxes relatively close together. That's okay. We're technically behind on the number of Munchlaxes we're supposed to see. Had to step away. Yeah, no worries, Cirrus. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? We're just talking about pizza. Mushroom bleh? Mushroom bleh? I love mushroom. Mushroom! I love mushrooms so much. They're so good. Oh, ticket time. Ticket time. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me, Joe. Yeah, who wants a ticket? Also, let me actually catch up with what you guys are saying. You guys are chatting a little faster than usual, which is fine. I appreciate it. It's just I fell a little behind. Boo, math. Yeah, math is hard. A lot of pizza places near you, but you normally order it last second. Fair. I always go to like the big chains usually. Oh right, yeah, I saw your post about that. It looked scary. Getting shock collared during buckshot roulette. How bad is the shock collar? That it looks very scary, the shock collar. But like, is it actually as bad as it sounds? I hope you didn't get shocked too badly. That'd be very sad. Hang in there, Cirrus. Oh, that reminds me. I always forget to do this. Shout out. Yeah, guys, if you guys haven't yet, check out Cirrus. I tried to do a shout out and it said the channel didn't exist. Let me try that again and actually spell the name correctly. There we go. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, check out Cirrus. Cirrus does a lot of cool stuff. And Cirrus hosted the Poke Rally, if you guys remember, from earlier this year. And that was so fun. All right, let me double check. You guys, mushroom texture is bleh, flavor okay. Yeah, that's okay. That's fair. The flavor or the texture can be a little weird. All right, so Brisk, Super Plush Lord, Mel, Carlo Ghost all want a ticket. Let me add that for you guys. I'm all over the place. Sorry, guys. All right, so Brisk is at 27, Super Plush Lord is at 27, Carlo Ghost is at 16, Mel is at 11, Joe is at 24. Kind of like being pinched really hard. Ah, that's not as bad, I guess, as I was envisioning, but college does have good tutoring. You just don't want to do it because you're an introvert. Understandable. Still, it's better to deal with slight discomfort due to being an introvert than to waste money having to retake courses. So I would definitely look into the tutoring if that's an option. Oh, yeah, let me add a ticket for Cirrus as well. 4 tickets on Cirrus. Congratulations, everyone. I think that's everyone who's here. But if not, go ahead and speak up and let me know, and I will add you. Oh, there we go. Need to use other materials. Yeah, even I did some tutoring in high school. It didn't actually help me much, but that's just because I'm very, 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 very bad at math. Let me reset our timer. There we go. And pop over here. There we go. And we've got... This is 104 sand shrews. Let's go. Was there something else I was gonna say? Oh, right, yeah. I heard that too. Again, I don't know a lot about it, but I saw a Twitter post saying that you shouldn't do a shock collar around the neck or around the throat. I heard it should be around your thigh. I heard that's the safest place to put it. But that is that's not something I think I'd ever do. I'd be too scared. But if you're gonna do that, please be safe. Don't hurt yourself too bad. Had to do tutoring for math in college because your high school taught it entirely differently. Oh yeah, that was in high school for me. I failed math my first semester, and the teacher that I had for that math class was really cool, very chill guy. Got along really well with him, but the way he taught the math just didn't click for me. And then in senior year, I had a different teacher. I actually had that same teacher for junior year as well, but in senior year, I had a different math teacher, and the way he taught it was completely different, and it just clicked all of a sudden, and I was suddenly doing okay in math all of a sudden. I was like, oh wow, who knew? So that helped a lot. And there's another sand shrew, yippee. Put it on your thigh. Came with a card that shows what places are safe, unsafe. That's good. I'm glad if you're using it that you're at least being safe with it. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. I mean, like, I know haha funny content, but you know, your streamer safety is important too, right? So I'm glad you're doing it that way instead. On my throat. Speaking of streamer safety, I need to actually hydrate. There we go. Gligar, yippee. Really hope we get Gligar or Trapinch on this. Professor with thick accent who you swear taught horribly, had to take exams, and she would scold you, ask what you were thinking during questions, but she did the homework and went through tutoring, made it through. Also dropped the lowest grade though, so that 1200 you got one time. So confusing. Grateful you only took one math class. Yeah, when I would avoid math if possible. Math is not my strong suit. even when I was understanding it was still like my weakest course that year, so. You're the only one who didn't struggle with math? Maybe. There's another Gligar. Yeah, I was a literature boy. That's where I excelled. For my English classes, I was always like, I finished the books the day they were assigned, and usually it would be like a month-long book, and I was just done in one day, so it was very chill for me there. Card did show interesting places it was safe. Interesting places. I only heard it was good for like your thigh, and I think they also said maybe your upper arm. They said to put it in places that have like a lot of muscle, was it? I don't remember. It's not something I understand. Anyway, there's another Gligar. Let me add that to the list before I forget. This is the only math class you need for your major. Yeah, hang in there. Just it's like medicine. You got to do that one math class and then you'll be fine. Just think of it as like a medicine, and then afterwards you can wash it down with a class that you actually enjoy. Crank out essays like nobody's business. Yeah, I didn't mind essays, but I didn't like having to format it. That was what I hated about essays. MLA formatting is a scourge upon the earth. You're an orchestra student. Never been able to write an essay that met the word requirement. Oh, I never had a problem with hitting the word requirement. You guys know I love to yap. Keep it away from heart and spine. Makes sense. Yeah, that sounds dangerous. Yeah, just be careful. We'd all be very sad if you got hurt. Such a good mood, you can't even focus on studying, and it doesn't make sense at all. Oh no. Hang in there. Hang in there, Joe. MLA is fine. I don't want to have to consult a sheet to tell me how to format things. I format based off vibes. Ah! Who redeemed that? Oh, thank you for the super. Thank you, Super Plush Lord, for the funny Yu-Gi-Oh redeem. Hopefully that was a little easier to hear the audio on that. I raised the audio queue on that. I maxed it out, but it might still be a little low. I'm not sure, but I made it as loud as the throwing system would let me. MLA versus APA fight. No, I don't want to do APA formatting either. I don't want to format anything. It's all vibes based. All my formatting is based off vibes. I don't want to have to be told how to format it. There we go. Another Sandshrew. Yippee. Yeah, we're hoping we don't get a shiny Sandshrew from this. That's the most disappointing one by far. Hated replying to comments or reviewing papers. Oh, I didn't like reviewing papers because I didn't have the heart to tell people when they messed something up. That's the real reason I had to give up on my dream of being a teacher. I don't have the heart to tell people. Like, if I were a teacher now, which if I had stuck with it, I would be, I would not have the heart to be like, fail, don't use AI. I wouldn't have the heart to do that. Even though it's like, obviously that's the job, but I'd be like, oh no. I'd have to like sugarcoat it. This is a good effort, but please use your own words. Your format is you made it up. Exactly. That's how I do it. Audible but not super loud. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why that sound clip ended up so quiet. When did I get the thing over my eye? I put it there when you redeemed the Yu-Gi-Oh. It's a dual gazer from Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal specifically, aka my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Series. I only watched the first 4. Well, watched and read the first 4, but Zexal is my favorite. The underdog of the original 4. Not as well beloved, but in my opinion, the best overall. If you stick with the first few episodes. Ow. Had a girl in creative writing course struggle to see a character was a vampire because it was unexpected. He drank blood from a cup, then didn't separate paragraphs from dialogue. Yeah, I mean, that's another formatting thing. I used to struggle with that a lot more before I started doing creative writing and like having to format it myself, but that's where I got better at formatting, was doing it for my own creative writing. But too unexpected despite drinking blood from a cup is interesting. Glad AI didn't progress as much till after you graduated because you used a lot of M-dashes. Yeah, I use them all over the place. How dare they take that from us? That's just part of well-developed writing, is using all these different tools that are at your disposal. And now they're like, oh, that's a sign of AI. It's like, no. Just because you read at a 2nd grade reading level and you've never seen these before doesn't make it a sign of AI writing. The problem is the AI writing is all trained off of people who actually know how to write. That does not make my writing AI writing. Found out someone you had feelings for is in a relationship, and now you feel free and giddy. Well, I'm glad it doesn't hurt you, at least. I'm glad you're not hurting because of it. Last time you watched Yu-Gi-Oh! Had season 3 had Yugi time travel to beat Yami. Yeah, that's the original series. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal was the 4th series, and each series had a completely different cast of characters. Yugi was the original. And then Series 2 was Yu-Gi-Oh! GX with Jaden. Series 3 was Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds with Yusei. And that was the one where they were on motorcycles, famously. And then Series 4, not season, each of these had multiple seasons. Series 4 was Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, which is my personal favorite. That's the one with aliens. Series 5 was Arc V, which is the one with the multiverse. I did not watch all of that one. I only watched the first 10 episodes of that one. People say that one's pretty good as well, except the ending. People hate the ending of that one. And that was when I stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh, so I lost interest. But let me get Yuma's theme from Duel Links. Here, sure. There we go. Here's some Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links music. Let me see what else. Writing is rife with M-dashes. Yeah. Also, hold on. What was that Pokemon? I just missed it. I instinctively reset when I saw it wasn't shiny, but I did not check what it was. That was a oopsie on my end. Let me fix that. It was Gligar. Interesting. Normally I pick up on Gligar, because it's the purple one. Why is he Orpal? There we go. Surprised because books teach you that early on to separate dialogue. Oh yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I was just like, I never paid much attention to it. To be fair, despite wanting to be an English teacher, I didn't learn what an adjective was until high school. Like, I knew what it was in concept, but I didn't know the word for it. You be real, some of the people you were friends with in high school know for a fact they'd be using AI. Oh yeah, I know everyone in my class would have been using AI if it had been available. It wasn't a thing back when I was in school, so... There's another Gligar. I love this track. Got 100% on your last quiz. Oh, let's go, Joe. Congrats. Big congrats. Really slept on later seasons of Beyblade. I never watched Beyblade. I only know it from the famous theme song. Kids at my school would meme about it, but I never watched it, so I have no context for Beyblade. You want to watch it just for Moses parts the Red Sea? Oh, I do know that. I have seen the meme of that, but other than that, I know nothing of Beyblade. In fact, I didn't even know until, like, relatively recently, like the past few years. I didn't even know it was an actual product. I knew it was a show, but I didn't know there was a toy attached to it. There's another Gligar. Oh, we got 67 Gligars. That's the funny number. Clap, guys. What do they even do in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime? They play card games with the fate of the world at stake. And sometimes it's the fate of multiple worlds. In Zexal, it was the fate of 3 different worlds. And Arc V is like I said, Arc V is a multiverse, so that one's the fate of 4 worlds, I want to say. 4 different dimensions. You sent something? Okie dokie, I'll check it later, Brisk, but thank you. Wouldn't mind AI if it didn't steal from creatives and was limited to menial medical tasks. Nah, I'd still be upset with the environment stuff, but it is definitely... The main thing is the plagiarism, but I would still be upset with the environment and I would still avoid using it. But the fact it's completely wrong most of the time and it just steals from people is why I could never be on board with it. Like, that's why I will think less of people who rely on it. If it were just the environment, I would be very judgmental, but I could probably cope with it. But the stealing and just complete gibberish it spits out makes it completely inexcusable. All right, let me... Do we have more? There we go. Gligar is gonna look so different if it's shiny than the sprite on screen. Yeah, isn't it like more bright blue in this, Mel? Never listened to Schoolhouse Rock's Adjective song? No. The only song they ever played was the Bill one. Didn't even know there was a Beyblade anime. Yeah, I didn't either. Saying true. Saying true, saying true. Yeah, I'm sorry. I fell really behind on chat. Let me catch up. Gligar's gonna be so blue. You're manifesting it. You missed 69. I missed 69 too. That's the original funny number. What does 67 even mean? It literally means nothing. That's the whole joke, is that it means nothing, which makes it a not joke, so it's not funny. The first time I saw that meme, I legit thought someone had just made a meme and mistyped 69. And then I learned, no, the whole joke is that it's not anything. And I was like, well, that's dumb. Anyway, there's a Munchlax. We haven't seen Munchlax in a bit. Everything, crash everything if it fails. Yeah. They're pumping that bubble really big. It's scary. We live in scary times. Yeah, the only song we ever got played in school was the Bill song. They always played the Bill song. And I didn't... Oh, back-to-back Munchlaxes. Wow. That's two 10% chances. So that's like, what, 1 in 100, I think? If I understand the way percentages work when you do two percentages, which I probably don't. I think that's a 1 in 100 chance to get two 10% in a row. I'm not good at math, guys. Yeah, I also just didn't like Schoolhouse Rock because it was very old looking. I don't like things that look old. So I was like, I never paid attention, so I don't even remember what the Bill song was about. Your mom was an educator. I didn't get serious about like school until high school, which I'm sure that's the case for a lot of kids, but like part of it was because like I was already reading like at a high school reading level when I was in 2nd grade and everything. So like I didn't bother to learn like adjectives, like what that meant or anything. I was like, well, I'm reading well enough. My writing is good enough. My spelling wasn't great, but it was like fine enough that you could understand what I was saying. So I was like, yeah, I don't care. But then once I got into high school, I met a teacher that like I really clicked with, and that's what made me actually start caring, so. Yeah, my spelling was atrocious in elementary school. My vocabulary was very large. I knew words like avarice, but I didn't know how to spell correctly. Thank you for the posture check, Brisk. Let me sit up straight. The only time I'll be straight on stream. That's not true. Next month for Miss Columbina, I'll be straight. Multiplication. I still am bad at multiplication. I still struggle with multiplication. My multiplication is very slow if I have to do it in my head. I was never good at math. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Super Plush Lord. Well, yeah, I know what the Bill song was about. I know it was about passing bills, but like I don't know anything from it because I didn't pay attention because it was old and I didn't like it. I was like, ew, this cartoon looks ugly. Now, see, I would have paid attention if they had made it an anime twink or something. When are they gonna redo Schoolhouse Rock with anime style? I'll pay attention then. 3, 5, 7, 9, 0, and 8. For multiplication, I can do 2, 3, 5, and 9. Like, those are the ones I can like do relatively quickly. And then 4, 6, 7, and 8 are the ones that I struggle with, and I have to actually like sit there and think about it for a minute. And then if it's over like 10, then forget about it. Well, actually 11's fine, but 12 or higher, then it's like, no. Not gonna happen. Try again. Ligar! Let me look it up, actually. I know I've seen it before, but let me double check what Gligar looks like in XD. Oh yeah, that's vivid blue. Oh, that is such a pretty blue. That's like neon blue. I wish it was that shade normally. I wish it was that shade in the normal games. That like very vibrant electric blue is super pretty. Big fan. Not even ugly, bro's a hater. I am a hater. You guys don't even understand how big of a hater I was as a child. I was much more of a hater than I am now. My grandparents actually described me once as the most negative person they've ever met in their lives. Which, even as a kid, I was not that negative. They have never spent a minute on the internet. They would immediately take psychic damage and die if they ever went on the internet. Because I am very tame, even as a kid, compared to what you'll see on the internet. Learn to just break things apart into multiples you can figure out. Yeah, that's how I do it in my head. That's how I do it now, is I like break it into pieces. And every like week you'll see someone on Twitter be like, Twitter, I'm trying to figure something out. How do you add blank plus blank in your head? And it's all engagement bait, of course, but that's how I do my addition too, is I just I like break it into smaller chunks. I will not do like 6 plus 7 individually. I will like chop off part of that and round it off into easier numbers. That's how my brain processes it. Child Brandy doesn't get the appeal of old cartoons. Yeah, like anything, like the 80s was already kind of pushing it for what Child Brandy liked. I liked modern at the time cartoons. The 80s Transformers was the oldest cartoon that I could take before I'd take psychic damage and combust. Order of operations is annoying, you'll never use it. Order of operations is the only thing that like kind of makes sense to me for math. It puts in a very firm rule that I can actually kind of rely on. 6 and 9 is the correct number. True. 6 and what? Pink Panther, a lot of Boomerang shows. Yeah, like I just didn't a lot of it, I think part of it was also, I mean, like, aside from like not vibing with a lot of how old it looked, a lot of those old shows were just so repetitive. I didn't vibe with like the Monster of the Week format for like Scooby-Doo or like Tom and Jerry, where they just beat each other senseless every single time. It was like, ugh. Who decided what the order would be? John McMath, who invented math in 1342. That's who decided what the orders were. Oh, Gligar is almost to the funny number now. The actual funny number, the real one. Hi, Tenshibi. There he is. He was on screen for a brief moment. My shiny little guy. A lot of early animation stuff was produced to help with depression, various life issues at the time. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but I'm not gonna sit there and praise it like, oh, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen just because it's a cat hitting a mouse with a hammer. Like, you know. Doesn't do anything for me, sorry. It may be the foundation of animation, but I just don't care. It's funny one time, and then after that, it's like, okay. Sandshrew again. I mean, to be fair, I was like the first anime that I like, not cartoon, but like the first like animation that I really started to get into was like Pokemon when it was airing here for the first time, and that was when I was like 5. So like, you know, you had stuff where different things happened every episode instead of just they walk into an abandoned building, there's a spooky ghost, it chases them, and then they find it's the guy. So, you know, maybe I was spoiled by having that as like my earliest animation. And then very shortly after that, I started watching like, you know, Yu Yu Hakusho, Naruto, things like that. So spoiled in that regard, maybe. Anyway, that is another Sandshrew for the pile. 124 Sandshrews, wowee. What are we up to? 124 plus 68 plus 38? So we've done 230 checks, actually. That's not too bad. They're not the fastest checks ever, but that's not terrible. I still have the D-Gazer up, too. The point of Scooby-Doo was because the monsters can be people you know, and that anyone can be a monster. That makes sense. That's fair, but it's just like predictable. D-Gayer? No, it's D-Gazer. Like your gaze. I'll spell it. What if you want the monster to be hot? Scooby-Doo made in 2025. The monsters are hot. 39 trap inches. Ooh, that's, speaking of dual gazers, that's number 39. That's Yuma's signature monster, number 39, Utopia. Or as it's known in Japanese, Nanbazu Sanjuku, Kibo Hope, Ixi Shokan. What's the hottest monster? Elves don't count as monsters, by the way. That's a fantasy creature, but it's not a monster specifically. I know someone's gonna say elf. Because if I didn't say that, I was gonna say elf. But elves don't count. That's not something you're gonna answer. Okay, related to elves don't count, do mermaids count? Mermaids are a fantasy creature, but they actually have like monster-ish features. I feel like most people would say a siren counts, but I feel like some people would argue that a mermaid doesn't count, even though they're very adjacent to each other. So do mermaids count, or are mermaids a no? Are mermaids too pretty to be a monster? Is that why they wouldn't count? Basically, I'm saying that depending on if they count or not, my answer is mermaids. Mermaids are too human-like. But I mean, vampires are a monster, and vampires are very human-like. I mean, like, the point with vampires is they're supposed to be indistinguishable from humans if you don't look really closely. So I would argue vampires are closer to humans than the fish that I'm willing to... Censored. There's another sand shrew. Ow. Deserved, actually. In this case, it's deserved. Ah. Ah. You guys really didn't like that one. Okay. Probably depends on the mermaid. All I'm saying is I used to play a mermaid deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that may or may not have played a part of it. To be fair, the mermaids in that ranged from cute anime waifu to mermaid twink to full on this man is just a shark. So there was quite a spectrum in that deck. There was something for everyone in Mermail. That was the greatest deck ever made. I miss it dearly. Another sand shrew, by the way. If you're attracted to a human-like monster, you're more attracted to the human-like aspect. Depends on the vampire. Wouldn't classify vampires as monsters. That I thought vampires were unanimously considered a monster. So I would definitely classify vampires as monsters. Like, I would... If it's like a classic Halloween monster, like, not like a modern Halloween monster, but like a classic one. Like, you get Frankenstein, even though that's not even... That's a whole different can of worms. You got Frankenstein, Wolfman, Ghost, Vampire. I consider all of those, like, undeniably monsters. There's a sand shrew. Bad boy Brandy? No, Brandy's not bad boy. Brandy would never be a bad boy. Aliens from Aliens vs. Predator, cryptids. Yeah, I could see those. Like, I think like a Yeti or Sasquatch those would classify as monsters for sure. I could definitely see arguing an alien as a monster. Although it depends on the alien, because there are animes that have aliens where they're just people, but they have like antennas. That doesn't count. That's a little too normal. It depends on the interpretation of the alien, I think, but there's 69 Glygars. Nice. Nice. Oh, hey, my toggle's working properly again. Let's go. I need to raise my thing a little bit. There we go. Well, I'm not saying it's a hear me out. I'm just saying do they count as a monster or not? All I'm saying is, would you fuck the fish? That was a Gligar, right? I want to say that was Gligar. I was too busy being funny, not funny, but I didn't actually see what that was. I mean, we got Cirrus here. Do yokai count as monsters? Is the fox girl from Fire Emblem, is Selkie does she count as a monster? Does just putting cat ears on something make it a monster? Debatable. And yes, it was Gligar. Let me bump that up. 71. A hybrid is not a monster. But what if it's literally a fox that just can turn into a human using like illusion magic? Cause that's what a kitsune is. It's like they're like foxes that use illusion magic, I think. What a weird topic I put us on. This is a weird topic. There's got to be like a sliding spectrum of some kind. Like we got a sliding scale of what counts as a monster and what counts as human cosplay. I feel like traditional anime cat girl is definitely on the not monster category, but depending on like if it's a full-on kitsune, I feel like that could arguably be a monster. Well, saying true. It's an educational topic. Professor Brandy's Monster School. Haven't been able to because you've been working. Yeah, you have a life unlike me. Actually, I haven't been able to stream as much because things have been hectic on my end here. I guess I can tell you guys, I haven't talked about it yet. It's been kind of something I've kept under wraps. I was going to announce it a little closer to when we finalized something, but I guess I can tell you guys. Part of the reason I'm going to be a little busy in the next few months is we're looking at moving. So Brandy's gonna have to be looking at houses and stuff. And so when I do stream on the weekdays, it'll probably be later in the evening. Because we're gonna be looking at places. So that's stressful. I don't want to. Oh, thank you for the head pat, Brisk. Yeah, house gaming. We're gonna go house gambling. We want to pull a 5-star house. Yeah, moving not fun. I've been here for, I mean, this is my childhood home, but I moved back here like 12 years ago. So you know, I don't want to move. But don't really have a choice in the matter. Monster is a type of imagery or fictional creature found in literature, folklore, mythology, horror, fantasy, fiction, religion. Very often depicted as dangerous and aggressive. Strange or grotesque appearance that causes terror or fear, often in humans. But like, see, it says often depicted as dangerous or aggressive or strange and grotesque, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a requirement. Like, one could argue angels could be considered a monster. And like, that's definitely more of a case if you go with a biblically accurate angel instead of whatever the heck I am. But you could make an argument that angels fall under that umbrella as well. Three-star small house. I don't want anything too big because that's more cleaning, but I want enough space to cover me, my streaming setup, and my amiibo. Gotta have space for the amiibo, right? And it's gotta have a decent kitchen. I like to cook. Yeah, I don't have too much stuff, but I've got some stuff that I'd like to take with me that would go in storage most likely. Alright, spot monitor goes off. I'm really glad we took the like 30 minutes to redo the setup for this. Again, I'm sorry it was scuffed at the start, but it's so nice that it's actually functioning properly now. For those of you who weren't here at the start of stream, the spot monitor was not going off consistently. It was like 1 in every 5 attempts it would go off. And then I would have to reset. So we took like 30 minutes to realign the monitor in Phoenix City instead of in the desert. And once I did that, suddenly everything was working properly and it works way better. So we're actually getting our encounters. Have the capacity to harm in some way. Well, that's just further proof that man is the greatest monster of all time. Because Brandy with a gun is definitely scarier than Brandy with just wings. Let's see. 99% sure. There's one last box with some of your stuff buried with 20 boxes in there. I've got boxes in the closet. I can't see them right now, but I could definitely go and dig them out. I've got boxes with my notebooks that have all my old writing in it. That's where all the 27 different novels I was gonna make are. I will burn those before I die, though. Forgot to pull today, got Mega Altaria. I love Altaria. Angel with a shotgun. If you were gonna give Brandy a weapon, what weapon would you give Brandy? Crossbow? I would not use a crossbow. There's no skill in it. It's not elegant. Give me a real bow. I'm like a bow elitist. I look down on the crossbow. Is it probably a better weapon? Probably. I'll look down on it though. I'm gonna riot the day they give Link a crossbow. Oh wait, they did that actually. Link's crossbow training. That game was weird. And I forgot what we just saw, so let me clip that and double check. That's the problem with this. I get into a flow state where I'm like doing the resets and then I forget to actually check what we encountered. And then by the time I go to put it in, I forget. Draw Brandy as a fantasy character. What would you draw me as? I do have Mermaid Boy Brandy art, so Merboy, I guess, not Mermaid, but Merboy. The 17-foot-long Sephiroth sword, I probably wouldn't be able to carry that one, but it would be very funny. That's the funny option. When I was a teenager, I really liked the idea of having a claymore, which is also a very funny option given how weak I am, but Sephiroth needs to drop his hair care. When I was in high school, I dressed up as Callan Kessler from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. It always comes back to Yu-Gi-Oh! I swear. And I had multiple people say, yo, sick Sephiroth cosplay. And I was like, I am not Sephiroth. Get out of my face with this. I get it. After they said it the first time, I was like, oh yeah, I get why they say that. But it was not Sephiroth. I was like, I am from Yu-Gi-Oh! Do not be uncultured. Look at this man. Look at this man. His hair was not long enough to be Sephiroth, okay? The hair was not long enough to be Sephiroth. Sephiroth doesn't have yellow markings on his face, okay? But yeah, I was Callan for Halloween one year. That was junior year of high school. And something else I was going to say about that. Oh, right. Callan's theme was in the Coliseum video. It showed up twice. I used two different versions of his theme. At the very beginning, when I go to Snagham's hideout and blow it up, that was Callan's theme, and at the very end when I fight the imposter, that was also Callan's theme. Okay, it was Sanshiro. 368 divided by 2 days Riku. Not every character with silver hair is Riku or Sephiroth. Callan Kessler is my depressed, suicidal goat. I don't know how much longer we'll go. This will probably be, I think this will be the last Ticket Frenzy. I might go a little bit after it, but I'll give you guys at least one more chance to get your tickets. Gligar. Because I do need to get... I need to find something for dinner. I don't even know what I'm going to have. Chat, should I go get pizza? The large equipment from Fire Emblem that archers use. Oh, the ballista. The ballista are fun. Yes. I can afford it. I just don't want to walk. It's chilly. But on the other hand, pizza sounds really good. Yeah, the ballista are very fun. More Fire Emblem games should have ballista. Munchlax, wow. It's been a while since we saw that guy. Yeah, we're like at 250 encounters or so now. The number of Munchlaxes we should see at this point is like 25, roughly. We are well under odds in terms of our Munchlax encounters. And again, that's a really good thing. That is a great thing, but it's very funny how under odds we are on that. Is it -10 chilly? No, I don't think it's that cold. I can check what it is currently. It is currently 45 degrees according to Google. So, given how inaccurate Google is nowadays with all the AI garbage, you know, take that with a grain of salt, but apparently it's like 45 degrees. Whatever that means. Oh, Munchlax again. Again, if Munchlax could actually be shiny in this would be like such an aura hunt to get Munchlax from this method, but because the Munchlax can't actually be shiny and you can't catch it, it's such a waste. Yeah, maybe I'll go get pizza. I just don't want to walk that far. I mean, I say that far. It's not that far. It's maybe like 10 blocks. I mean, realistically, what I should do is I should just not get pizza tonight. Tomorrow, when I'm not on stream, I should walk to the grocery store in the evening, pick up like curry stuff, and then also stop by and pick up pizza while I'm near the grocery store. There's a Gligar. 76. There's your guys' funny number. Laugh. Clap. Drool and stare at the stream like little brainless babies. There's nothing funny about that number. $35 Fahrenheit. It's not even winter yet. Yeah, it's technically not winter yet. It is on the 21st this year, if I recall correctly, which would be next Sunday, if I recall right. Yes, next Sunday is the 21st. I know that because I already made next week's stream schedule. That's the only reason I know what day it is next week. Ooh, more Pikmin music. Add an extra 7, true. If you add an extra 7, it's the funny number, but backwards. That's a Fire Emblem joke for you normal people. For anyone who's normal, that's a Fire Emblem joke. One of the Fire Emblem games is Thracia 776. Yes, Brisk's got it. And so anytime 776 shows up, Fire Emblem fans lose their mind. But the funny thing is, that would be... You'd have to make it backwards. You'd have to add an extra 7 and make it backwards for it to make sense. Oh, you redeemed Stretch. Thank you, Brisk. Yeah, I think we'll go another, like, 10 minutes or so. And then we'll call it for tonight. But give you guys a chance to redeem your last ticket in a minute here. Peak game. I did a single chapter of it as a video for April Fool's one year. I actually would have continued playing it, but it didn't get much attention, so I was like, eh. There we go. What is that? What is that emote? This is a very sad dog. It looks like the ancient sire hound from Pikmin if it was white. Oh, and it is ticket time. Who wants their last ticket for the night? Oh, Carlo Ghost and Brisk. Let me add that. Brisk, you are at 28 tickets. Congratulations. Let's see. Carlo Ghost is at 17. But you also, I'm guessing, Carlo Ghost, you also want the ticket, the bonus ticket for tonight. So that, I'm gonna just add that, and that puts you at 18 actually. Congratulations. You're actually tied with Morph now. Morph is also at 18. Super Plush Lord is at 28 as well, tied with Brisk. And Joe is at 25. Yeah, you guys caught a lot of tickets. There we go. Yeah, I was thinking I'd pull the tickets next week on stream. I'd spin the wheel for you guys. I'd love to do something else while we do this shiny hunt, but I don't know what else you guys would want, really. There's a Gligar. Let me add that. Yeah, I like the I've really liked the ticket thing, the ticket redeem. I'd like to do that for other games in the future, but it's hard to come up with like what else to raffle for it, you know? That's the hard part, is thinking of other stuff to do. Like, another idea I had was to get a gacha machine, and I actually saw a slot machine at a pawn shop a few months ago, and I was like so tempted to buy it. I doubt I could have afforded it, but I was like, oh man, I would love to have this. Get like an IRL capsule machine and like fill it with prizes for you guys to redeem. But the thing is, I don't know what to put in it. I don't know what would be fun prizes that I could do for you guys, you know? I had an idea that I could fill it with like just like slips of paper that have different redeems on it. So like it would be like all of my channel point redeems. So like the stretch, the hydrate, snack time, the swear redeem, change my model, all those written down on paper. And like you could pay like, we'll just say like 700 points, like 777. And you might get like a small redeem, or you might get a crazy redeem that's worth more points, and it would just be a gamble. That's like the main thing that I've thought of that would be like a thing I could do, but I don't know. I don't know how interesting it would be. If I were to do something like that, I think I would do like, you know, for like in place of bonk, it would be like bonk like ×5 or something to make it worth a little bit more, but something like that would be kind of fun. And yeah, I think we'll call it in like 5 minutes. So we'll go for 5:30 tonight. But thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I know the conversation got kind of weird at some points, but I appreciate you guys spending time with me while I bash my head against this rock in the desert. Who knows? Maybe if this gets caught fast enough, after we bash our head against the rock in the desert, we can go bash our head against the cave wall. And then after we bash our head against the cave wall, we could go bash our head against the palm tree. Oh, let's go Wistful Wild. We'll call it after Wistful Wild. This track is great. This is more Pikmin. We got to listen to a lot of Pikmin music today. Not intentionally, but I'm never upset about it. Brandy in a snow globe with fluffy sheep and music box snow globe. Oh, that sounds cute. Aw. That sounds adorable. You can change the song. Let's bash heads together. That's what sheep and rams do. It's been a weird day for you, but you always enjoy hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry your day was weird, but at least it doesn't sound like it was like a bad weird. What song would I have in the music box? Oh, there's a few different options. Trapinch. Yeah, so we've done, if you count in the Munchlax, we've actually done about 300 checks tonight. That's not too bad. And it would have been more, but we had to spend some time to fix things when it wasn't working properly, so. 300 checks on the first attempt with a little bit of scuff in the stream isn't too bad. Oddly good weird. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't bad weird. There's Gligar. Learned a few quotes from Brandy that you'll always have in the back of your head. Don't quote me on that one. Don't quote that one. That one's bad. Probably bring it up at some point. No. No. Sandshrew again. Yeah, I guess one last call. If you haven't claimed your maximum number of shadow Pokemon, if there's another one you want to claim tonight, now would be the chance. I almost forgot. Tonight's the last one on shadow Pokemon. I might ask some random people who I know are usually too busy to pop by stream. I might ask them if they want to claim any from the leftovers. I don't know if I'll give tickets for that, though, since they weren't here for that, so they won't influence who gets the chance at Dragonite. But just since they're leftover Pokemon that no one really wanted, you know, just try and give them a few homes, you know. But then the rest of them will be wild Pokemon, so. Wistful Wild's the second best song in the game. Which is your favorite song in the game? From Pikmin 2, mine would probably be Mystic Marsh. Ba bum bum ba bum bum. Titan Dweevil. Oh, Valley of Repose. I'm gonna be so real. When you said Valley of Repose, at first I thought you meant, oh god, what is the name of it? Garden of Hope. I was like, I don't vibe with Garden of Hope. But, yeah, Valley of Repose is a good one. And there's another Sandshrew. Titan Dweevil's okay boss music, but it's not something I would put on and just listen to, you know? Titan Dweevil as boss music, though, goes kind of crazy. If you haven't yet, and you have like 4 hours to kill, go watch Hef's Pikmin music track ranking. That's a great video. I agree with most of his takes. There are a few that I'm like, I don't like that track, or I would have rated this one higher. But for the most part, our opinions on the various Pikmin tracks are pretty in alignment, actually. Hef, my goat. Ow. All right, so I think we'll call it there for tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Again, always happy to just chill and chat with you while we shiny hunt. And next week, at the start of stream, we will spin the wheel and pull prizes for your guys' tickets. First place can have Dragonite or a Johto starter, and then second and third will also get a Johto starter. And then after that, I think what I'll do with fourth and onwards is I'll spin the wheel again to pick who wins fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. And you will get to choose either an extra shadow Pokemon, assuming you haven't maxed out your shadow Pokemon list, or otherwise you can pick one of the Pokespot Pokemon and I will get it for you and add it to your collection if you want me to trade it up to the modern games. And if not, then, and if you don't want anything, because you don't really want any of the wild Pokemon and you've already maxed out your shadow Pokemon, that's fine too. But we'll do something like that. So look forward to that next week. I think I'll post the stream schedule for this week either tomorrow or maybe Tuesday, because tomorrow is going to be the fossil video, so I might wait to post the stream schedule until Tuesday, but I don't think we've got anything planned until like Wednesday this month or this week. So, yeah, I'll get those up for you guys, and I hope you look forward to it. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining me and chatting, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye.